first of all, and I'm going to repeat this because I'm very nervous to see such a cool room. I'm very happy this event is taking place because we dreamt about it for a year or something, and it's finally happening, and it's better than we imagined it.
And for me, because you are Gen Z and I'm a millennial, you need to make some noise. Make it a bit loud. Make it! Now we have the vibe.
Yeah.
We can start.
It's okay. Everybody got their sugar from the fridge in behind. You can go as many times as you want. It will continue to be full, but don't overdo the sugar, please. It's a tiny room, no air conditioning. So first of all, we're gonna say a few things about ourselves. I'm an NGO person from Romania. I'm an activist, and I work with young people for almost 6.5 years. I only do projects for you guys, for Gen Z. And some of my team is here, the people who will drag you in tours and in bars for the last 2 days. And first of all, I want to give them a round of applause for the amazing job they did. And Dimitris?
I'm a futurist. I foresee relationships, I do the tarot, I read the coffee, that kind of stuff. If you have problems with your relationship, you can find me in the break. I can solve it, I can see, okay? And if you cannot find one, I can find one in the metaverse. So meet me in the metaverse and we can fix it also, okay?
Yes, we started right, because it was about finding the right person in the morning, and then Dimitris will take over, and if you don't find it now, you find it virtual, you can make one up.
And even we can make one, an avatar, okay.
Yeah. So just to set up the mood, please feel free to interact. These are sessions for you. This is not a place where we are only communicating one way, so feel free to ask questions, to interrupt people, and to use the space for you for the next 2 days. And speaking about the right people, we need to introduce the first opening remarks, and the president of DCN Global, Professor Nikos Panayiotou.
A round of applause.
Thank you, Dimitris. Thank you. But I think that I have partners with me, so I would like to invite Franak, which is the vice president as well, and Roxanne as well. Roxanne, hi. So, continuing this enthusiastic, actually, warm-up, I will start by... I will fix it. By thanking, actually, the Gen Steering Group and Diana as well for contributing a lot to what you see today. And actually, we would like to thank you for being part, or we want you to be part of this amazing initiative that you have actually witnessed it, but we want to continue it. My name is Nikos Panayiotou. I'm president of DCN Global. I'm a professor. I represent Generation X. We have a millennial as well, and Generation Z. And we had another millennial as well, 2 millennials. So what is DCN? DCN, it is actually a community of professionals, but mostly a community of people that they are enthusiasts of what they do. It is a community that relates a lot with digital issues, with digital technologies. We are a global community, but we're not a community of, we are a community actually of ideas in action, things that we do rather just discussing about them. And this is where we think that, it is a place for you to be, Franak. And the most importantly, before I pass the floor to Franak, we work a lot in order to support democratic, free and pluralistic societies. And Franak is just an example of this fight and struggle. Franak?
Hi everyone, I'm Franak, I'm from Belarus. So my story started when I was 13 years old. I was a young boy in Belarus, and that was my first time when I was jailed by Lukashenko's KGB. And since then I was fighting Lukashenko's regime for many, many years, and you know, right now we are coming to this tipping point of the revolution, and the only and the main thing which was always with me, it was technology and media. And this was our main weapon, our main instrument, tool to abolish Lukashenko's dictatorship. And now we have not only Lukashenko as dictator, we have another one, the bigger bear on the east, which is also fought bravely by Ukrainians, but also by Belarusians, but all of us. And in my case, you know, technology, it was the tool and the weapon. In your case, it's a tool to develop yourself, but also it's the tool to defend your interests and your values. Because the problem with democracy is that it's very easy to lose it, and you all know, you see what's processes, what's happening in different countries of Europe, but it's very difficult to gain it back. So it's very good if you will be empowered with your phones, with your TikToks, with your Instagrams, and you will use it not just for having fun, but also for making the world different and better place for live. As for DCN started, can I speak? DCN started in 7 years ago, 2015, 16. So 15 it was like the first push, then 2016 we were invited to the exchange program to the United States. And we saw how we met Google, we met Facebook people, we met many very cool journalists and activists in the United States, and we thought, people from Europe, we thought, why we can't do the same in our countries? We are cooler, we are smarter, we are better. And we brought all these ideas to us, and we created DCN network. And this was the network of very different people with very different backgrounds. And we started to create content, podcasts, publications, to organize conferences, to travel, to meet, to have fun together. The world was changing, our movement, our organization was changing, and now DCN is not only in Europe, it's worldwide. And we really want you to be part of this cool community of experimentators, of innovators, of disruptors, of all those shakers and shapers of the world to create things. Digital technologies, it's about instrument, but also it's about messaging. You need the content and you need ideas. So our goal together with you to find the right content forms and to fill it out with right ideas. And we really hope that today during this conference we can think together what we can do for young people like you here, and what we can do for our countries as well.
Thank you, Franak. Hi everyone, I'm Roxana Stan from GenZers team, which is a Romanian media outlet made by young people for young people. And what does this mean? Well, we document and explain the world around us in a very simple and concise language. We write news, we go to the protests, we go to talk to young people on the streets. Where you can find us? Well, today we are on Instagram and TikTok, but tomorrow you may find us on every other social media that appear overnight and that might catch your attention. So a few days ago, I was on my flight to Berlin. And, you know, you do the usual stuff when you get on a plane. So I was on my, sitting on my seat, and at some point I started to read something, and meanwhile the flight attendant was talking the general stuff, you know, like put your phone on the flight mode, or no smoking in the airplane, and things like that. But I wasn't listening, and neither did the other people around me. So I kept reading, the plane took off, and at some point in the book that I was reading, I found a paragraph that I just want to share it with you. So it goes like this. And as the song goes, there might be 50 ways to leave your lover, but there are only 6 ways to leave this aircraft. 2 forward exit doors, 2 over-wing removable window exits, and 2 back exit doors. The location of each exit is clearly marked with signs overhead, as well as red and white disco lights along the floor of the ASL. So now you might ask yourself, what does this have to do with Berlin Youth Summit and all the things that we are doing here? Well, the information that you heard was not new information, but the way in which it was transmitted, it was. And this is how it goes actually with problems such as mental health, climate change, authoritarianism, freedom of speech, human rights. These problems are not new, but what we can bring you is like a fresh perspective combined with tools such as Instagram, TikTok, and even artificial intelligence. So I think this is just the start of it, and I want to give you a round of applause for being here today.
Okay, just before we pass the floor to the speakers, I would like to highlight the following, that this event, it is supported from World Learning and State Department, Educational and Exchanges Office, whom we actually thank because they have given to you this opportunity to be with us. But most importantly, I would like actually to highlight these peoples through their work. Actually, a lot of people online, they can watch and follow us. It is Anna, it is Arthur, it is the Rubens, actually, that through their work, we manage actually to publish and promote our message. And also Vladimir Spencer, that he's actually the power behind it. Thank you.
Yeah. And again, please join DCN family, feel part of DCN family already. We want your ideas for future projects, and we hope that the result of this event will be concrete action plan for your portals, for your accounts, for your campaigns, for your actions, for your protests, whatever. And if you see that you need some expertise and some contact, some advice, you want to reach Zuckerberg and tell him how you hate him, we can help you to do this. Thank you so much.
Okay, so looking forward to tomorrow also, when we will find out who got the most bears.
Okay.
I heard some rumors that there are teams who got like 19, but I don't want to say which one. And also we will have the awards for the most liked, shared, whatever, picture, video, whatever you felt like posting. So just to give you an instant, you still have time to boost it, and you still have time, I don't know, maybe if you find some bears around here, someone might hide some bears, I don't know.
Yeah, some bears in the metaverse.
Yeah, some bears in the metaverse. Okay, so we move on, and want to ask you before, do you have a viral video, a favorite viral video? I think I understood the concept of viral video when Gangnam Style was like 10 years ago. I don't know if you know the dance.
Who remembers Gangnam Style?
Yeah.
They are young.
No, some
They
of them
don't
know.
remember
Some of them
Gangnam
know.
Style.
It's that good.
They don't even remember Tom Cruise. They don't.
They know everything.
They don't. It's like, there was Wikipedia where they were born.
What's your favorite viral video?
Gangnam Style, but it's okay.
Okay, so probably Dimitris will do tomorrow the dance.
I can.
Yeah. And now we move on to viral videos.
So, one thing before we welcome our keynote speaker, I want you to stand up. Stand up, stand up. Come on, come on. Come on, you have energy. It's still morning.
It's a lot of sugar.
Okay, yeah. I want to smile to each other. Give a huge round of applause to Yusuf. Make some noise for Yusuf. Make some noise.
Yo! How's it going, guys? Feeling good. What an amazing group of young people here. In the last 1 hour, I've met some phenomenal human beings. I met a guy named Sam. Where's Sam? This dude is literally getting satellite images, which he somehow managed to get for free, and he's helping to find mass graves on the African continent and around the world. Unbelievable innovation. A round of applause for Sam. Who else did I meet? I met Chelsea. Where's Chelsea? Chelsea's at the back. Chelsea developed a technology. I mean, we're all kind of got algorithm. She described it as algorithm fog, so much content. It's impossible to see anything anymore, right? Chelsea and a team have developed a technology that basically sifts through all that noise of TikTok and Instagram shorts and all that kind of stuff, and helps you discover the really important stories, the really meaningful stuff. So, you guys can make like insights, and it's so important. And then I met somebody called Sophie. Where's Sophie? Sophie? There's Sophie. Sophie actually first complimented me on my jacket, and then looked at the back and is like, wait a minute, why does it say USSR? So Sophie checked my jacket. I'm really excited to be here. I last came to DCN, I don't know, it must have been Vlad, what, like 4 years ago? Yeah? Vlad invites me about once every 4 years, so I'll see you guys again in like 2029 or something. Let me grab that clicker so we can actually start this presentation, if it's working. You know these things, they're like notorious for not working sometimes. I'm going to be talking to you guys about something very practical. You're all doing phenomenal work, as we've just described, right? You're all creating positive change. I would love to get to know everyone in this room better over the course of the next couple hours before I fly out. But the best thing that we can do, I hope, is to propagate the work you do, is to spread it, is to make sure people see it. As we just heard, you were learning what Gangnam Style was your first exposure to viral content. We want to make stuff that's more meaningful go viral. We want to make your activism, your work, your initiatives go viral. And I've had the luxury over the last 9, 10, 11 years of being able to work on a lot of viral content. And I'm going to share 7 really practical tips, both to go viral, but also to monetize your content. Like, I just heard one of the people that came up here, they said they were running a news platform, and they said, I'm working on TikTok, and I think they said Instagram. And that's amazing, but the challenge is both of those are almost impossible to monetize. And what we find ourselves doing, especially in this space of activists in this industry, we find ourselves begging a lot. We find ourselves going around saying, please give me more money so I can do the amazing work I'm doing. And if you spend all of your time begging for funds and grants and opportunities, you don't have enough time to actually spend doing the cool shit that you want to do, right? So at least in our case, we've been able to generate money. We've been able to pay the bills through the content that we create. And I hope you guys can do the same. All right, the click is not working, so I'm just going to say click. All right, cool. I'm going to leave you with 3 big ideas today. Always do things in 3. Even a video. If you make a video, don't give them more than 3 ideas. 1, I'm going to talk to you guys about viral content, right? Like how to make content that goes viral in terms of how to open it, how to script it, all that kind of stuff. 2, and I know how to do this because my organization does 1 billion views a year. We have a huge amount of content. We publish a bunch of videos. We go viral on a daily basis. 2, I'm going to talk to you guys about scalable systems. The challenge is you don't just want to if you're making content and every day that involves you having to make the video, that's not scalable, right? That's really a pain in the ass. Ideally, you want some kind of a system where you can generate content on a regular basis. And 3, I'm going to try, obviously we've got our futurist in the room, but I'm going to try and give you some idea of where the future of the media is going and how some of the steps that you take today can prepare you for that space. Oh, whoops, wrong button. All right. So at our organization, we've got 7 million subscribers. We do 1 billion views a year. We've published 4,000 videos, and we've steadily been able to grow the amount of video content that we produce. Now we do over 1,000 videos a year. 70% Gen Z, 60% women, and predominantly the US and UK are our main audiences. In one respect, it's never been easier to go viral. You all have access to TikTok and Instagram and Snapchat and Facebook. You have all of the platforms in the world, so you have distribution. You also have a mobile phone in your pocket, which has got a 20-cent coin, and it's got a 4K camera, right? You've got a 4K camera in your pocket. Incredibly powerful device. In fact, you could shoot something with this that looks better than this. Most people wouldn't even know, no offense. Right? They would not have a clue. The average citizen wouldn't know. This is how good this is. But most of us have got this Ferrari, but we're driving it in first gear. Right? We haven't really unlocked the potential of mobile storytelling and what we can do with it. So in one respect, it's really easy. But in the other respect, it's really hard. Because if everybody can go viral, if everybody can make content, which they can, the barrier of entry has never been lower, right? It's so easy. Anyone with a phone and the internet can effectively be the next creator or influencer or content producer or publisher. When the barrier of entry is that low, what happens? Lots of people do it. And when lots of people do something, it's very difficult. So these 2 things are at play. It's really easy, but it's also really difficult. I basically wanted to be a foreign correspondent. My dream was to tell stories of wars and natural disasters, to travel around the world and to understand what was going on. I wanted to see it for myself. And I went to all of the news organizations, the TV stations, and I said, yo, I'm Yusuf, I've got this idea. And I was about like 19, 20 years old, and what did they say? Sorry, you're too young, you don't have enough experience, we don't have any budget. So in 2010, I basically gave them a middle finger, the industry, and I started hitchhiking. And I started catching rides from South Africa, somewhere on this map, all the way to Syria. The whole of Africa I traveled up, telling stories, and I learned to become a mojo, a mobile journalist. I want you all to leave here today. I want you all to leave Berlin and get on your flights and go home, and you now identify as a mojo. Say, yes, I'm an activist, yes, I've got this organization, but I'm also a mojo, I'm a mobile journalist. I have the ability, I have the device, I have the technology, I have the understanding to be able to share content to millions of people, right? It's all within your grasp. I ended up doing that Durban to Damascus trip. I went to Congo when an ammunition depot exploded. And finally, I was smuggled into Syria with a group of surgeons that were building a hospital during the civil war. Then I moved to traditional media. I moved to CNN International, which I thought was my dream job. I thought I was going to be the next, like, Christian Amanpour. And I realized very quickly that I did not like it. There were two key issues that were at play, and I'm sure you're finding the same in your countries, your regions, with your broadcasters. The first, obsession with negativity. Unless a certain amount of people died at a story, we were not covering that story. It had to be a certain amount of people. And who are those people? If 200 Ethiopians die, not so interesting. 2 Americans die, very interesting, right? There was a huge disparity. But fundamentally, we're so obsessed with negativity, and I don't think that that is an accurate representation of the world. The world has problems, for sure. But if you look at it over the 100-year span, we are getting infinitely better. Childhood mortality is going down, education is going down, hunger are going up, hunger is going down. All of the basic measures of success, apart from a small blip during COVID, all of the basic measures of success have been improving. The path to progress is getting better and better and better. But if you watch the media, you do not get an impression of that. You don't see the innovations, you don't see the hope. So it's not about ignoring problems, but it's saying, here's the problem in society, here's how we can make it better. The other issue was a lack of diversity. Critical. When you work in these media organizations, they do not have minority groups in those organizations. Very, very, very small. And that's why when they covered the US elections in 2016, or when Brexit happened in the UK, the media was so out of touch with real people and real stories. They didn't think Trump was going to win the election. They didn't think Brexit was going to happen. And it's the same in your region and in your countries. There are many stories that are playing out outside of the major cities, outside of the big epicenters, and the media are completely out of touch, and they suddenly get surprised when an uprising happens. They get surprised when the students are upset about something. They're surprised because they don't have students in their newsrooms. They're surprised because they don't have minority groups in their newsrooms. The reality is you can't build a media organization or a storytelling brand diverse enough to cover our global and our interconnected world. So what you can do is train communities to tell their own stories. Because basically, if you look at TikTok right now, and I'm sure some of you are on TikTok during this presentation, you'll find that it's moving into an incredibly hyper-personalized direction. Content is becoming really, 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 really focused on your interests. And to do that at scale, you need to be able to curate user-generated content. So basically, our idea was very simple. We traveled around the world. My co-founder and I went to over 100 countries. We trained up 20,000 people how to tell stories with their phones, how to find their mojo. Huge network. And then when stories started happening around the world, we were very well positioned to curate that content, to find those voices and to help them tell the stories. It's important to mention that the stories that I'm going to show you are not stories that we found on TikTok or found on Instagram. We have found an individual and said, wow, you've got an amazing story. We're going to help you tell your story. So I mean, in the context of Ukraine, when the war started, Russia was invading, most of the stories from traditional media were like a journalist in the field. Hello, it's Anderson Cooper, and I'm coming to you from Kiev, where Russia have just, all that kind of stuff. And that's okay, that's one form of storytelling. But for us, what is more interesting is, in a fact-checked and verified way, hearing directly from the source. Go directly to the people that are most impacted because they have mobile phones, they have amazing stories to tell, but if they're not an influencer, they might not know how to tell their story. This is an example. Do you remember in the start of the Ukraine, when Ukraine was being invaded, do you remember there was an influx of refugees across Europe, right? Europe welcomed more refugees than at any point since World War II. It was a huge welcoming. Everyone opened their doors. But you might remember, for many black African students that were in Ukraine trying to get into Poland, they got told to turn around. Whoops, that was supposed to play. Let's see. One second. It's a funny selfie, isn't it? I'll let you do it. You got this.
Ukrainian was like, why should a black enter? And I said, do you need to tell me that just Ukrainians are getting on this bus? And she said, yes, just Ukrainians. And we all started crying. That what do we do? I am from Nigeria. I graduated from high school with the goal of studying medicine. That's the sole purpose why I came to Ukraine.
Right, good.
Thursday, I got a call that there has been a bomb in Kyiv. I was literally sleeping. I was surprised that they could bomb the capital. Saturday morning by 8 a.m. my friend and I got a taxi and was headed to the Polish border. It was maybe a 4-hour drive. We were almost 1 hour away from the border. The commercial taxi told us that we have to get down, that this is as far as we can go, that we would have to walk because we saw people walking. So we were like, oh, okay, that's fine. That's just an hour. We walked and we kept walking for hours. We started this by 11 a.m. It was getting so cold. The traffic warden said there is a school that has been converted to a shelter. I got to the shelter. They provided food for us. They provided blankets and we slept on the floor. We asked the warden, please, how do we get to the Polish border? He said there will be a bus provided in the morning. And around 4 a.m. we went to the bus stop. There are buses coming. So I'm like, okay, when would it be our turn? Other buses came and it was time for us to enter. I was this close to entering and our Ukrainian was like, why should a black enter? I said, do you need to tell me that just Ukrainians are getting on this bus? And she said, yes, just Ukrainians. And I said, what about us? And she shrugged her shoulders like, she doesn't know.
All right, I'm going to skip just for time, but you get the idea that when you can train and empower marginalized communities to tell their own stories, you get a far richer narrative, right? Far more authentic and real story. And if we are all in this room very much in the business of generating empathy, right? Connecting communities and saying, yo, you should care about whatever the subject is that you are focusing on, a really great way to start with that is this selfie storytelling, this mobile journalism, empowering communities on the ground to tell their own stories. I'll share with you another example, this one again out of Ukraine.
Captured by the Russians, it's better to be killed. I identify myself as a gay man.
У мене про орієнтацію дуже довго було усвідомлення. Потім вже, оскільки в 21-му році,
We've been together for 7 years and a half. On the 24th of February, we were together at about 5 in the morning. A friend of Antonina's called us and she started shouting, saying that Russia threw bombs on Kyiv. We hid in the bathroom. We were eating in the bathroom, sleeping in the bathroom. If you get...
All right, so, I mean, just another example. You've all seen stories about Ukraine, but have you seen stories about the intersectionality of sexuality in this war, right? That's what mobile storytelling does. It gets you into these hard-to-reach places.
के अंदर दोबारा जा रहे हैं तो बिल्कुल सोचने को मजबूर हो जाते हैं कि हमने कोई मेडिकल चुन के गलती नहीं की। मैं एमबीबीएस का छात्र हूँ, यूक्रेन में पढ़ रहा हूँ, इंडिया में हूँ। मेरी एक ड्रीम था कि मुझे एमबीबीएस करना है। हर कोई चाहता है कि उसका गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज में इंडिया में नंबर आए मेडिकल कॉलेज में ताकि कम फीस में उसकी MBBS पूरी हो.
So again, another example, somebody who's been impacted, a student from India. Lots of people were in Ukraine at the time. It's interesting what a polarizing audience this is. When I played the sexuality video, I saw half the room saying, and I saw the other room, like the other half, like visibly rolling their eyes, just to give you an idea that this is a very diverse audience as well. The bunker story. You remember when Ukraine started, everyone was talking about people living in bunkers. Really good to hear directly from the perspective of people that are in the bunkers. Let's go back one. And you can hit play, thank you.
And when we moved shelter with my family, dad and mother.
Я вообще живу в Киеве, но я случайно захотела как-то приехать к своим родителям на 2 дня в Чернигов. Случилось так, что я просыпаюсь, и моя мама залетает ко мне в комнату, такая: Лера, война там.
And then I think another, so there's a whole spectrum of different topics that you could do. But the point is, empower communities to tell their own stories, and you get access to really interesting stories. Okay, so making viral videos. The first thing you need is a viral topic. If you don't have a good story idea, it doesn't matter how you shoot it, it doesn't matter how you edit it, you're not going to be able to get, millions and millions of views. We think about a few things. One, focus on your thing. Don't try and do too many different subject matters at once. When we launched, we tried to do like sports videos and funny cat videos and politics and weather, and our numbers crashed because people didn't know what to know us for. You kind of want to focus on one vertical, one specific thing and really nail that before you go too broad, at least, because the internet's quite a wide place. The second, I've spoken about it, Gen Z audiences don't just want problems, they want answers. So here's a problem in society, and here's somebody making it better. Focus on solutions-based storytelling. And then third, the viral video formula for me is these 3 things. This is what we've seen do really well. One, is the story visual? Is it actually visual content? Is it visually engaging? And that's quite difficult. The difference between is it visual and does it have visuals are 2 different things. If there was a story about a cyclist, somebody who rides a bike and is blind, does that story sound visual? Blind cyclist. Some of you saying yes? To us, it's not that visual because a blind cyclist on video, for the most part, looks like a regular cyclist. As in you're scrolling online, you see like video. You don't necessarily stop. It's not that visual unless like he crashes into something. So find something that's incredibly visual. 2, is it debatable? Good stories are quite polarizing. Some people agree, some people disagree. If everybody already knows that subject matter and has a view on it, they're less likely to watch it. But if you have a debatable topic, it's far more interesting. And third, do people care? When we say do we care, does it have a relevance, a recency? Is it in the now? Are people talking about it right now? If you can think of a video idea after the session and measure yourself against these 3 things, is it visual? Yes, no. Is it debatable? Yes, no. Is it relevant right now? Are people talking about it right now? And if 3, I've got a picture behind me, just flex those biceps. If those 3 things are happening, if you can at least hit 2 out of the 3, you're in a really good position, all right? So think about that a lot. The other opportunity is being able to combat false information. We're in, especially in this region, or especially as you look at like parts of Eastern Europe, or I just came from Kazakhstan this week. Kazakhstan has a huge fake news problem. In fact, when COVID hit, they had one of the lowest adoption of vaccinations in the world. People did not want vaccines. You can create content that is fighting this disinformation. Are you able to play this video? Thank you, my friend. No, but I'm in the most gullible country in the world.
Here's the top 5 myths about COVID-19 in Kazakhstan. 1.
People believe that airplanes and helicopters were spraying COVID-19 around the world.
2.
It was created in labs by this country or that.
3.
They put a test into bananas and the bananas showed the corona positive.
4.
Masks had COVID-19 in them. And 5, a crazy conspiracy to reduce the world population
from 7 billion to 1 billion.
And that's why only 1 in 4 people in Kazakhstan were willing to get vaccinated. So some people decided to fight.
Cool. you can do content that helps fight disinformation, right? All right, cool. So the next thing I want to talk to you guys about is openings. You're scrolling on social media, you're watching funny cat video and what Kanye West has just said, and I need to grab your attention, not even in the opening 3 seconds, not even in the opening 1 second, in the opening 0.1 second, literally the first frame. If you don't get me in the first frame, I'm not watching your video. There's no time to say, hello, my name is Sophia, and today I want to talk to you about. I'm gone. There's no time to play a logo of what your organization. There's no time for any of that. Get in the first second to your most controversial, entertaining, funny, dramatic part of your story. Straight away. Straight away in the first second. Here's an example of that. You can play this.
I just met the world's smartest rat in Tanzania. It's probably smarter than most humans. With the camera on its back, it can find people after earthquakes.
We call them hero rats.
I've been pretty terrified of rats my entire life, but these guys have changed my mind. Why are you kissing rats?
Because they can save our planet.
But now it's being trained to do something even more amazing. Yo, it's Yusuf Omar, and I'm gonna learn how these rats find bombs.
How cool is that story though? Like rats that can find landmines. It's like, I was shocked. But you know what I mean? Like if you start with that story like, hey, today I'm in Tanzania and there's a massive landmine problem around the world, but now there's a group of, you're gone. And that's what traditional media would do. They'd say, we're in Tanzania, around the world there are millions of landmines, now there's an organization that are using rats to go and find the landmines. But if I didn't care about landmines, I wasn't watching the start of that story. But if you start with a rat the size of this guy's hat on somebody's shoulder, right, you're straight into the story. All right, let's talk about videos that sell something. A lot of you guys are trying to sell your organization to others, right? You're saying, hey, give us grant funding, give us opportunities, maybe you're selling a product or a service. There's a very specific video structure that works well for a video sell, where you're trying to sell a physical product or service or get grant funding. And it's this simple. Start with a personal story. Start with something personal about you, right? Hey, you know, I was doing, like, whatever it is. Like, I gave you my personal story. I told you I wanted to be a journalist. Nobody gave me the opportunity. I hitchhiked from South Africa to Syria. Remember, I started with that personal story. I was selling to you. Then, develop a nagging problem. I gave you a problem. I said the media lacks diversity and they're obsessed with negativity, right? Started with my personal story. I then established a problem. So I'm starting in story time, and then I'm going to a problem. Then, this is the important part. If you're selling something, apply that problem that you experienced to the person who you're speaking to, who's watching the video. It's kind of like, I experienced the problem of a lack of diversity in the media, and that made me think of you, because in your countries, you also have a lack of diversity in the media. Remember, I turned it on you guys. I said, I saw this, and I'm sure you do too. Make your problem their problem. Whatever organization you're in, make it. So Sam is working on that project where they're looking for, you know, using satellite footage to find bodies. I mean, an example of that, his personal story would be like, yo, I was watching the news and I heard about all these stories taking place in Sudan, and I said, I've got to do something about it. And then I realized how difficult it is to actually find these graves. And hey, Amnesty International, I'm sure you're also struggling with that, aren't you? Right? You say, hey, my problem, your problem too. Right? You connect the dots. You then set up a world of what ifs, and these are always in 3. What if we had real-time data of catastrophes that were happening around the world? What if we could accurately verify that information? And what if we could present it in a factual manner, right? What if, what if, what if? Or imagine a world, imagine a world, imagine a world, right? Imagine a world where this could happen and this and this. Because then the person who's listening is like, yeah, I want that. Tell me more. I need whatever you want to say. I need that. Like, you're painting such a good picture. And then in the 4th act, that's the power of, what's your organization? What's your organization? What do you call it? DCN. That's the power of DCN. We bridge people together. We bring incredible activists and storytellers together. We power them with tools. Does that make sense? Yeah, as a structure.
The difference that most people do is they sell from the very top. They'll say, hello, we are DCN, and what we do is da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. You don't, the best way to do it is start with a personal story, nagging problem, which is relevant to the individual. Imagine a world where we can solve this problem. That's what we do, because you buy them in the whole way through. All right, viral openings. So when you're starting your video, it's not just about a visual opening. You also need lines, things that you can say that are going to grab people's attention from the very beginning. Some of these are super clickbaity, but they give you an idea of the direction that the internet's moving in terms of grabbing attention. This is why your fundraising isn't working, right? You need to find out, keep watching to find out. Why doesn't, this is one mistake that could be costing you $1 million a year. Here's 3 quick ways to get more funds, right, as an NGO. I'll give you a couple more. Is it just me or statement? This will change the way you use, well, hopefully this presentation will change the way you use your phone. But different openings and examples on the right of how those openings apply. This is an example of a strong opening. I was doing a story about a guy, well, let's play the video.
This guy is making liquid gold by collecting urine from 100 people. Urine! Yo, it's Yusuf Omar, and you won't believe how Vuketa turns pee into profit.
I get some in my mouth sometimes.
Vuketa Makare is turning urine into bricks, strong enough to build homes. Normal bricks are bad for the planet because baking them produces CO2. But his urine bricks are environmentally friendly. So how does he make them?
This is the bacteria.
This guy is making liquid gold.
All right. So you get the idea, right? Like, as opposed to saying, like, the other way you could start that story is conventional concrete and bricks are really bad for the planet because they produce a lot of CO2 emissions. But this guy's name is Vuketa, and he had an idea where he's going to take urine, blah, 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 blah. But instead, this guy is making liquid gold. He's turning pee into profit. Like, I have so many questions at that stage in the narrative. Like, what the hell is liquid gold? How is he turning pee into profit? Can I turn my pee into profit? Like, you know what I mean? Like, awesome, thank you. It opens up so many questions. So you want to create that curiosity gap. Again, ways of doing it visually in your opening frame and opening second. I'm going to be watching your guys' videos. I'm going to tell Vlad to connect me with all of your Instagram accounts to keep an eye on your video content and make sure you guys are living up to this. Here's a couple more things you can do. One, implied motion works really well. In your first frame, the idea that there's something about to happen, about to change, about to fall, about to break, right? You need to find out what's going to happen. If you started this shot with that caravan just driving down the road for even 4 seconds, I'm not watching. I'm not interested in buying a caravan. But if you start that shot on the caravan flipping, it's far more engaging. So find whatever in your narrative is the most visually compelling bit and start on that frame. Again, implied motion. I need to know what's going to happen to this guy. Like, how is he going to fall? And then finally, third, oddly satisfying. Colorful, slow motion, very much like that ASMR world. That kind of stuff tends to get a lot of attention on digital. All right. Now, money. Let's talk about money. You probably want to monetize your videos, right? You want to make it sustainable. You want to be able to pay for the production at the very least. At the moment, platforms are looking at the amount of time that people are watching content to decide how important they are. It's not just about views. I can get views by putting something very frivolous or sexy up the top of my video, and they might watch for 1 second. But if I want people to watch for like 3 minutes, it needs to be quite high quality content that keeps them watching. Tons and tons of suspense. So you need to be thinking about your retention and watch time. Think about how you can tease the story out over a long period of time. Don't give them all the information up top. Like I did, liquid gold. I'm going to tell you, but you've got to keep watching, right? You've got to keep them on that journey. Because platforms like Facebook, Snapchat, etc., they're placing mid-roll ads. They're placing ads throughout the content, so you want to get them to that ad, create enough suspense to get them beyond that ad. It's pretty straightforward. All right, now in terms of your content funnel. At the moment, Instagram Reels, YouTube Shorts, Snapchat Spotlight, these Facebook Reels, these have got the biggest organic reach, right? 15, 30 seconds, vertical, viral videos. So that one, you want that to be the start of your marketing funnel effectively. You're plugging that in around the very bottom. You're then curating from that into slightly longer medium form videos, 30 seconds to a minute. So you almost grow follows down the bottom at scale. You then turn them into subscribers, and then at the top of the funnel, you start to monetize them with 3-minute and above videos, or 10 minutes on YouTube, whatever you might do. But think about giving away a lot of value up top through the really short form content so you can monetize them further down the line. There's also different forms of revenue or monetization. You can, for example, do licensing. Imagine you have got really good access to marginalized communities in Ukraine that nobody else does. You could license that. You could sell that to AP, to Reuters, to BBC, to NBC. These organizations will pay you. They pay us for our content. They will pay you to be able to distribute the content. It's a win-win for you. You are trying to do two things. You're trying to create sustainable revenue, and you're trying to propagate the work that you're doing. If somebody's paying you to amplify, it's a major win. So licensing is an opportunity. You can do branded content, right? You can use the same mechanisms that you're doing to generate content and affiliate to brands, both locally or nationally or internationally, and you can do branded content exercises. We make, I mean, just being completely transparent, we make over $1 million a year just on NGO branded content. NGOs paying us to use these methods to create content for them. So there's a really good business there just in branded content. You have advertising revenue, working with the platforms, publishing predominantly the platforms that are ad revenue generating are not TikTok and Instagram, they're Facebook, Snapchat, and YouTube. That's a big business. It's a really good opportunity. Every year we do about $3.5 million in revenue just from the ad revenue. So you can earn substantial ad revenue if you listen to these principles. If you have viral videos with sustained watch time and people get into those ads, you can do pretty well. You can do events. You could get a really large audience and say, okay, even if I can convert 1% of my audience into paid members that come to my events, that's a form of revenue. And you could do merch and those kinds of things, which is more typical of kind of influencers in that kind of space. All right, now this whole space is moving in, and I'm actually going to skip past this quite quickly because I want to get into Q&A. If you look at the future of content, we push this out over the next few years. Right now, we're in a space of hyper-personalized content. TikTok has taught us that. Infinite algorithmic scrolls around specific verticals that we're interested in. If we push this out over the next 7, 8, 9 years, we are moving towards a world of incredibly immersive content, gamified content. If Vlad invites me back for 2030 DCN, and I'd love to come back, Vlad, every single person in this room will be wearing a pair of smart glasses. It will be your primary input to technology. It will replace the mobile device that you're currently all playing with. That's an exciting future, and I promise you it's not going to be like a casino in your face. It'll be subtle, beautiful information when you need it most. The phone sucks. Phones are like this, right? We're completely disconnected from the world. We're looking at Berlin through a black mirror. This is going to be infinitely cooler. If you are long-term planning your content plays, if you're thinking about how you can be relevant today, but you can be relevant over the next 5 or 6 years too, investments in augmented reality are really important. And the beauty of that is that they work not just on wearables of tomorrow, they work on phones of today. It's the same tech stack. So some of the principles we've talked about today, we talked about interesting business models, we've talked about the right topic, we've talked about the right strategy, we've talked about filming for viral, we've talked about content funnels, we've talked about scripts that help you sell, we've talked about openings. Cool. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you so much, Yusuf. And now we move on to a coffee break, and during that time you will identify some of our people to guide you to the workshops. They are spread around the campus, so you will probably need a little bit of guidance. And enjoy the drinks and the coffee and the sun outside. Thank you.
Okay, right.
But I'll moderate and I'll say Ari.
Huh? Yeah, I am Ari
Don't
Ari
I
Lee.
don't know what happened. That just happened on the...
It happens. It happens. That's me.
Okay. Hi, everyone.
Hey.
What? Questions at the end, please. Welcome to this session on Gen Z's Guide to Personal Brand Strategy. We were not told that we would be in such a big room, so we're going to have to get used to craning our necks to see the slides behind us, but that's all good.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you could, next slide, please.
Okay. So we're going to take you guys through this great agenda and just go over personal branding for Gen Z, who we are, why we're doing this, and hopefully you're going to find some of it useful and can apply it straight away.
Some of it.
Yeah, some of it. Hopefully a lot of it. Okay, so who are we? This is me. My name is Ari Feely. I am the founder and CEO of The Z-Link, which is the first Gen Z-led social media agency that basically helps brands that want to connect with our generation in a way that makes marketing more human and more authentic. We're a team of around 25 Gen Zers from all around the world. And I am a top voice on LinkedIn for Gen Z-related things. I have been working on social media strategy and marketing for a few years. And I have an MSc in strategic marketing from Imperial College London. So a lot of social media marketing stuff, basically.
Thank you, Ari. My name is Phoebe. I need to stand somewhere where I can actually read my... in case I forget my info. My name is Phoebe. I am the founder of Bureau 155, which is a consultancy for startups focusing on things like content and growth. I'm from London, as you might be able to hear from my accent, but I'm currently living between Paris and Amsterdam. I am also a business writer as well as doing content strategy. Obviously, there's a lot in common between those two things. And I write for the Harvard Business Review at the moment, and then in the past I've written for places like The Guardian, Huffington Post, etc., etc. I'm also a guest lecturer at the moment, which is a lot of fun, at a bunch of universities in the UK, so University of the Arts London, Kingston University Business School, and the London College of Fashion. And yeah, I have a master's degree in entrepreneurship, which is super nice to have that kind of background as well as the content stuff, so I bring the kind of business side of things into what I do. So I work with a lot of startups on strategy, primarily using content as a means for growth, but I also really use what I learned in business school to kind of supplement what I do, I guess. And so I think you'll see during today's workshop, we bring a lot of our varied experience into everything. And yeah, that includes Ari's background in marketing, mine in business, and everything we've done to date. So I wanted to start us off with a little quote. For some reason, some of the letters on the slides have disappeared, so bear with us. But I usually like to include a few quotes, like in the workshops that I do, because it helps us to set the scene. And I think this is a really good one for personal branding, especially because personal branding is something that we tend to associate with people maybe at a later stage of their career than all of us. So it's something sometimes we think of like CEOs, people maybe in their 40s and 50s or whatever. But in the past few years, as Gen Z has come to the forefront, obviously best generation, whoa, the letters are really messed up. Okay, never mind. I remember the quote, luckily. But so what's nice about personal branding is it is something that's relevant at every age and something that's relevant for all of you and for all of us, which is obviously why we're here. And then the quote is, personal branding is the story that people tell about you when you're not in the room. So it's basically like the impression you leave on people, how they perceive you, how they see you. And again, this is something that's relevant at every stage of your career and at every age.
So why do I need a personal brand? Like, why are we doing this? Why is this useful for you guys? There are many reasons, especially when you're Gen Z, like I assume most people in the room and are just entering the job market. So the first thing is that once you build a personal brand for yourself, you associate yourself with the key topics that you're interested in. So for me, that's like social media marketing, Gen Z related research. For Phoebe, that's also marketing and also like networking, PR, all of those things. And when you create those associations by creating a strong personal brand, it means that when people hear those things somewhere, or someone's like, do you know any like PR expert, Phoebe might come to mind. So that's very big. It just creates like top of mind associations on people's heads. The second one is that it makes you a lot more employable because it just shows potential employers that they can, first of all, they can find you more easily if they're looking for someone in your field. They can see that you probably know what you're talking about if you're creating content around a field that you're interested in. So it gives you kind of an extra authority in the field you're interested in. And then over time, you establish yourself as an authority, again, letters missing, in the field of your choice.
It's F and L.
Yeah.
That's why your name,
So
Eri Philly.
Our F's and L's are missing. So in the field of your choice, which means that you can get speaking opportunities a lot more easily, network connections, like people come to you around the topics that you want to connect with them over. It just makes you a lot more findable, and it's just, super useful.
Yeah, and also this really is something to think about no matter what kind of stuff you want to do throughout your career, whether you want to have a job in traditional employment and work within a company, you still need to be thinking about your personal brand for the reasons that Ari just mentioned. But also if you're in a job like sales or something really outward facing within a company, your personal brand is something that's beneficial not just for you, but actually for the company as well. And showing that you're someone who can build and curate a really strong personal brand means that a company is often more likely to hire you in an outward-facing role because you can present yourself in a really good way. So yeah, it's just something to think about. No matter who you are and what you do, it's definitely not just something for freelancers, entrepreneurs, CEOs. And yeah, so it really helps, especially in the age of social media, when brands, as we know, for example, the girl who does the TikTok, the Duolingo owl, what's her name? I can't remember.
Zaria, I think?
Zaria, yeah, exactly. So she is an individual, but who's like doing global head of social media stuff at Duolingo. She has a really interesting personal brand because it's both her as an individual and also her representing the company in an outward-facing way. So yeah, it just really helps the audience build stronger connections to your brand rather than seeing on Instagram or LinkedIn or TikTok, whichever social media platform you're on, rather than it being, this faceless brand, they can actually match a face to it. And that's something that's really valuable for a company. And that's why personal branding is a really important skill to kind of practice no matter where you are. And then again, from an internal perspective, if you're able to build a personal brand within your company, even just being known by people higher up than you, no matter what it is that you do, whether you're an intern at the moment, whether you're a junior, whether you're an associate, being a person who has a strong personal brand can mean that you're more likely to get promoted down the line, receive exciting opportunities, be put forward for things like mentoring, just for the fact that you are known. Like people can't promote, people can't give opportunities to people that they don't know. So obviously, too close, babes. Stand at the back of the room. I feel the paparazzi's too intense for me. Yeah, so you can get those exciting opportunities because people can't do that and can't put you forward for things if they don't know who you are. This is something that, I see with friends who do work within companies, especially in the first 5 to 10 years of their career. Even like my boyfriend at the moment, he was told recently in his one-to-one, you need to make sure that you're known because you got missed over for like a cool opportunity recently because the person who got it was someone that everyone knew about just because they were putting themselves out there, meeting people within the company, doing internal networking, all these little bits and pieces. And then the final thing is it can really help you stay focused on your wider career goals. This is something that I've seen for myself in particular, because when you're building your personal brand, no matter which direction your career takes or how you might want to pivot in the future, your personal brand is obviously something that stays with you and it will kind of shift alongside you. And just kind of keeping that focus on your personal brand can help you stay focused on your goals and then make you more likely to achieve them like 5 or 10 years down the line, whether you want to win an award, get on Forbes 30 Under 30, which Ari knows a thing or two about, whether you want to start a podcast, get a book deal, all of these things are super possible, and playing that long game and putting the kind of hard work in now really pays off down the line in terms of your personal brand. So here are some famous people that I put on a slide.
Here are some people.
Because, it's a varied group. And one thing that they all have in common is they have their personal brand down to a T. and the story that is behind their identity is really strong. So to pick out a few of the less well-known ones, you've got Elaine Welteroth in the middle, who's a personal icon of mine. She has a masterclass teaching things about building your dream career. She's the youngest editor-in-chief of Teen Vogue, I believe, under the age of 30, and she has a really good book as well. And she talks about how your personal brand can be anything from literally even the way that you dress. She has these distinctive glasses she wears these really colorful suits. Even those micro details can really change the way that people perceive you, the way that you choose to show up, the way you choose to present yourself. All of that can really play into your personal brand. Then on the far right, you've got Saint Laurent, who is a singer, really good singer, who has got famous on TikTok in the last 6 months. And one of his USPs is he raps and sings in 3 languages, in French, English, and Arabic. Super talented, saw him live, loved it. And another element that kind of sets him apart is his activism. He does a lot of campaigning for Palestine, and that really plays into his story. So rather than just being yet another rapper, he could rap only in English, but he chooses to kind of bring all these different elements of his identity into his personal brand. So you don't necessarily need to become as famous as the people on the screen, but they serve as good inspiration for how you can start to use your personal story in building your personal brand.
Love that. Okay.
So this is a mini exercise that I really recommend you doing. Wow, these letters, I have no idea what it is.
Your current personal brand.
Yeah, it's like making us work today, these slides. I've never had this. This is like a really random tech issue.
We exported our slides and they were like,
certain
no.
letters, they're like, nah. But yeah, so this is a mini piece of homework that you can choose to do after the session, like take a photo of it or like write it down. And this is something that I recommend people do often, in fact, just to kind of take the temperature on their current personal brand. It's literally just asking friends, family, colleagues, or anyone around you to describe you in a few words, the kind of adjectives that come to mind when they think about you, everything like that. And that kind of tells you how people perceive you at the moment. And then you can kind of see if that's in line with how you want to be perceived. Or it's also really useful. Sometimes people have said to me, oh, I asked people and they didn't really come up with anything, or they found it difficult. And that's maybe a sign that you could be tweaking your personal brand a bit more, or being a little more intentional with the way that you want to come across. So when it comes to, this is a question people ask me all the time, is like, I maybe haven't done that much in my career yet. I don't really have that much that sets me apart. So here are just a few pointers and things that I tend to encourage people to think about when it comes to building your personal story, your backstory, which once again, you don't need to be giving a TED talk about your journey. This is just stuff that you can include in your LinkedIn bio, in your social media bios that Ari will talk about a little bit later, all that kind of stuff. It's just about, really thinking about what makes you special. So that could be anything from your experience, your education. I talk a lot about how even though I'm in marketing and the more creative side, I have a business background, and I know for a fact that I've got a lot of projects and been hired for a lot of cool things specifically because of that element of my education, which is a little bit different than some other people in marketing. So that's good to know. Obviously, any specific skills you have, maybe your nationality or your local expertise. I have a friend who was raised in Abu Dhabi who recently was hired for a really cool project. She isn't from that part of the world, she's British, but by talking about her local knowledge and familiarity with that region, she got a really cool consulting project for a luxury fashion brand in the Middle East because she talked about that element, which is really intrinsic to her personality anyway. And then, of course, any kind of side hustles, school projects you've done that are really cool or interesting. I did this exercise recently with someone and I found out they used to own a food truck, which I thought was super cool and unusual. And yeah, she'd never thought to include that in her kind of personal brand or her marketing of herself. But yeah, it's something really memorable and cool. So I'm sure you all have something you could bring to the forefront.
Everyone has something.
Yeah, literally everyone has something. And then, oh, my emoji moved, fabulous. It's not our day. And then if you can't think of anything, and this is also something people say to me a lot, you know, I'm a boring person, although I don't believe it, there are things you can do to kind of expand your personality, but then your personal brand. So taking a free online course is always great. If you do stuff like writing, you could always pitch to some online publications to get more exposure and get your name out there a little bit. You could find yourself a mentor, which is always a great thing to do. And at the end of the session, we share like a few of our favorite resources for that kind of thing. Again, asking friends, family, or former bosses what they think is your USP, because sometimes we're a bit too close to it ourselves. And then you can ask someone and they'll actually say, oh, I think it's really unique that you do this, or you do it this way. And it might be something you've never thought of before. And then finally, just working on developing niche knowledge for yourself through things like books, podcasts, and YouTube videos. The more you can say, oh, actually, I know a lot about area X, the more likely you are to get hired or an internship or a freelance project on that topic. It just adds more strings to your bow, and that's never a bad thing.
Here it is. Okay. We weren't sure if this is at the end or in the middle. Okay, so we have a quick little exercise for you guys just to see how you can put a few things all together and get a bit clearer on what your sort of like personal brand tagline would be. So this is just a 5-minute thing. Again, we have some F's missing, ignore them. So we basically want to show you how to define your unique value proposition, which means identifying everything Phoebe mentioned, your key strengths, the things you can teach people that that you can teach them and they probably can't learn from someone else because you are, you know, your own person. And you have so many things like that that you just need to basically find. So your tagline is the kind of thing that you can use when you're introducing yourself to someone, say in a setting like this, or on your LinkedIn headline, Twitter, social media in general, just something very useful to have figured out. So the main thing is try to describe what you do in like one sentence that puts a lot of your different skills and interests together in a way that they complement each other. So for example, that could be like, I'm a creative brand designer, turning business ideas into beautiful visuals, which just shows that you're creative, you're a designer, and you work with brands. Another one is, I'm a data-driven marketer, passionate about strategy, copywriting, and content. Again, just puts all your different interests somehow into one and helps make your intro a little more digestible and memorable. Very important, I guess, to use very concise language and try not to use jargon in your headline. Like, no one really cares if your headline sounds like, I'm a guru, evangelist, like marketing ninja, like don't do it. We've all seen them, not necessary. I think it just makes you like more unapproachable and it doesn't seem like authentic. It's like, just say what you do, you know, like it's simple. So we would love if you guys could take just like 5-ish minutes to think of what your tagline would be or what you would like it to be if you're currently working on developing the skills that you're interested in developing your career around, and just introduce yourself to a couple of people around you. So what would be your tagline?
Don't ask me that.
You need to.
I think the thing that's also interesting to note on this is that your tagline can change all the time depending on what you're doing. I don't know if it's the same for you, but I will often change my tagline depending maybe if I'm pitching for a specific type of project, or if I'm like pitching to do some writing for publication. Suddenly I'm a writer first and foremost, but usually that's like my third thing that I do. Yeah. So yeah, you don't have to be too bogged down by it. You know, it's just starting to think of yourself as a business, I guess, and having an answer to the what do you do question. Again, that's simple, and I love that point that you made about making it really obvious what you do. I've worked with so many people who've said to me, like, I'm a serendipity creativity coach, and I'm like, great, but I'm going to ask you again, what do you do? Because it sounds nice, but especially from a business perspective, we need to know what you do.
It's the
and
same
it's as simple as that.
When you're pitching a startup and people are like, my startup does like create communities for no, like support founders through community and like what do you do?
Yeah, exactly.
So try to simplify it. Like make sure everyone around you can understand what you do. So yeah, let's take 5 minutes. You guys can brainstorm a little and also meet some people around you if you haven't already.
Mike.
Hello. Oh no, it doesn't.
Okay. Hey guys. We hope you thought a little of your tagline, met some people around you. We met some of you, and you all seem great. Also, I don't know if that was 5 minutes. Should we get back to it?
Yes.
Let's get back to it. Okay. Now we're going into some very practical tips, and I'll be starting with Twitter, which is my kind of strongest platform. And then Phoebe's going to do LinkedIn for personal branding, as these are the two platforms that we think are kind of like the best for creating a personal brand and connecting with people. They just make it easier than other platforms. You know, TikTok might be good at it, but mainly if you're a content creator or influencer. LinkedIn and Twitter are kind of more approachable for everyone working on a personal brand. And for me, Twitter has been a game changer. Like, someone just asked me how I got my first few clients, and I was like, Twitter, all of them. So this is my Twitter. I'll follow you back. I've been active on it. I mean, I created it when I was 11, as you can see, which is like illegal. But I've been, but I have been active since like maybe 2016 and more active in the startup marketing world since around 2020. So I had some time to build an audience. Now I have around 12,000 followers. And most of our clients at the Z-Link, my company, especially at the very beginning where it was just me and the team and like no one else, just came from my personal Twitter. So literally it was, responsible for getting my business running. And I also scored like a full-time job in Silicon Valley when I was 20 that I kept for 2 years as head of social media in a big insurance company, exclusively through Twitter, because they were looking for someone who like has a cool Twitter presence and looks like they get Gen Z marketing. So they saw my Twitter and they were like, yeah, she seems like, nice. So I ended up being like the youngest person in a team of 250 people and worked in it for 2 years, traveled around the world with them, loved it, it pretty much invested all of the money into my business. It was like a complete game changer. So fully thanks to Twitter. Anyways, so Twitter is one of the best tools for building a personal brand, and I guess a lot of people aren't active on it because it sounds like, what do you do on it? Do you tweet the news? Do you, what's the deal? So I'm gonna help you guys just kind of figure it out. So first of all, wait, one sec, am I missing a slide? No, okay, I'm not. Actually, this should be first. Okay. So first of all, there are some Twitter basics that you need to understand in order to kind of understand what the vibe is there. So first of all, Twitter is not LinkedIn. Phoebe will tell you all about LinkedIn, but the main difference is that on LinkedIn, it makes sense to kind of craft your posts, put some effort into them, put some thought into making more sense. On Twitter, no one really cares about your super well-constructed paragraph. It's a lot more about being authentic, and it's more like a close friend story on Instagram, like the things you're gonna put out there. It's more about just being yourself, tweeting some random thoughts, having fun with it. You can also post a lot more often than on other platforms because the content has a much shorter lifespan. So it lasts on the platform for a few minutes unless people keep retweeting it. So it makes sense to post 2-3 times a day or even more if you wanna grow. While on LinkedIn, that would be kind of spammy, I guess, right? So there are 5 basic tips that I want to give you guys in order to start with Twitter. So first of all, these are just 2 people I follow that are quite popular in their niche. Gabby Goldberg is a writer in Web3 related things, and Anne-Laure does a newsletter about neuroscience and mental health and everything, and they're both very successful in what they do, and it's largely thanks to their Twitter presence. So first of all, your profile so social media is a lot about aesthetics, and I know that's fully subjective, but if your profile looks kind of spammy, or fully not aesthetically pleasing, it's very hard to get people to follow you. It's simple as that. So first of all, you just want to give your profile a little makeover, make sure it looks kind of clean and nice, and it's recognizable through your profile picture. Don't have the default Twitter profile picture or a picture of the sunset for your main profile photo. Header's fine. But yeah, and then you need to have a bio that kind of, just as your tagline, and maybe with a bit more info, describes what you do, what you're interested in, and what people can expect you to tweet about. So maybe the company you work at, your interests, anything like that. So, and then you also just want to have kind of a nice, clean-looking username, which genuinely makes a difference. No like underscores before and after the username or like random numbers unless they're a part of your business name, like Phoebe's, like her business is Bureau 155, so that makes sense, but you know, don't have like Ann 12357, like don't make it look spammy. Perfect. So then, to start on Twitter and in general, like on having any personal brand, you need to have understood what your niche is gonna be. And picking a niche is like a little bit of a scam because no one has just one niche. Like, I'm a marketer, I'm also a writer, I'm a travel photographer, and I put equal time and like passion into all of these things. And all of them together make up who I am. Like, I can't just be like, I'm a marketer and that's it. Like, I have a 4-year degree in art history. Like, you know, that's still a part of me. So it's very hard to just pick one thing and be like, that's me. But try to choose like a main, like 1 or 2 main general areas that people can expect you to tweet about. So whether that's broadly like marketing or like sustainability, anything that interests you, and you can still include your other passions and the things that you think are very important in getting to know you in your profile and in your tweets. So if you don't know what your niche is or you're a bit confused about how to find it, I really love this. So if you know who Naval Ravikant is, he's very influential, he's a VC, he's a writer, he has said some very wise things on Twitter, and this is something he has defined that's called basically your specific knowledge. So your specific knowledge is basically the things that come more effortlessly to you than to other people, the things that you think you're naturally good at, which might be like being social, connecting with new people, or like being very analytical, picking up new languages. Like everyone has something that you've always been good at and always been interested in, and that can lead you to your specific knowledge. It's the things that you basically always enjoy doing and you feel like it's a part of you. So for me, that's like a lot about communication, writing, like that's always been in my life forever. So anything like that. So these can just help you get started and also show you what they mean. So if you've always had a love for science fiction, that may mean that you absorb a lot of knowledge very quickly. You can take a picture of this if it's useful, but yeah, I think it's a good start if you don't really know what your niche is. So, very important. On Twitter, it's very easy and also very useful to just interact with people. You can't really grow your Twitter, like at all, if you don't interact with others. It's quite easy compared to other platforms to be seen and get more exposure if you're regularly replying to people, not spammy again. You just want to be like having conversations, and that's also why people tweet, like they want to get a response. So if you follow a few people that you like what they say and you reply to them, not many people reply, like you instantly stand out, and if people see you over and over in a similar field on Twitter, like in, you know, similar like in the same side of Twitter, let's say, if you're like in the startup side of it, then eventually you just start creating that personal brand and being a lot more associated with it. And I can't tell you how many times someone just like pops up in my mentions on Twitter, starts replying to me, and then they just keep replying, but not spamming, like once in a while for like a month, and after that, like I know them, I followed them back, I know who they are, I know what they're about, and they're instantly in my network because I've kind of just absorbed what they do and, you know, how they can be helpful or how I can help them. So this, I love this because all of these headlines are articles that were either written about me or I was featured in that just came exclusively from me shooting my shot on Twitter and sliding into journalist DMs. So I love doing that. Like my biggest tip for startup founders is literally doing this. So when I first launched my company, I was 20, I was a solo founder, no money, no co-founder, no nothing. So I knew that there was kind of like demand around what I was doing, but I didn't have the means to put it out there. So I found some journalists that wrote in big publications like Insider about like Gen Z and social media marketing, social media trends. And I sent them a DM that was like, hey, I'm Ari Feely, I just launched this company, this is what we do. Like, I love your writing, and if you ever need some help or anyone to contribute to a story, I'd be happy to. And that's it. Like, you just put yourself out there as happy to help, but you're not like trying to sell and spamming and following up like all those people on LinkedIn. Like, don't do that. So you just kind of put yourself out there, and it seems very genuine. And if your profile looks legit, like by implementing the previous tips, they're much more likely to take you seriously. So one girl, one journalist replied to me like the same day, 2 weeks later, we had a phone call, like an interview, and my business got an insider, like for the first month of launching. And we got some huge clients from it and really kickstarted, and then I could hire people and, you know, just got a lot of initial exposure. It helps with SEO. I love that. And all of the press I've ever gotten from my business, like I've never paid for it. It's all been organic, like in this exact way. So truly game-changing, you guys. Like slide in people's DMs on Twitter and just like offer them some help if you can. That's it. Like build genuine connections. So in the same way, like very similarly, I guess on Twitter, it's like if you want people to follow you, besides tweeting your like random unhinged thoughts like I love to do, you also want to be offering some kind of value around your topic of interest. So as I said earlier, everyone can learn something from you because you have your own unique experiences and, you know, you're just an interesting person. You have something to teach other people. So understand what that is and what you can teach others, or what experiences of yours you can share on Twitter, and then try to open discussions around them or just create some content around it. So these are just some examples that I love. The second one is like, again, with Naval. So Naval has this like super famous thread that's called How to Get Rich Without Getting Lucky from 2018. And a lot of people have used it and then like created content around their own experience of how it got them to grow their business or something like that. So all of that is you sharing value in some way. Finally, actually pre-finally I think, this is about Twitter threads. So if you don't use Twitter and you're not familiar with what threads are, it's basically just a way to like tweet something, and then because you have a character limit of 280 characters, you can connect other tweets underneath it. And they're all like connected by kind of like a string, I guess, and that makes them able to be read all together like a longer text, but it looks a lot more digestible because people read them in like little snippets, and they're much more likely to read them if they are one big paragraph. So this helps you communicate information as concisely as possible. If you make the first tweet attention grabbing, like this one, like the bottom one, which is attention grabbing, the arrow means that he continued on with a thread. So it makes it much more likely that people will want to read on.
I need that thread.
Honestly, you can look it up. So yeah, threads are great, use them. And then this is like maybe my favorite because I love content curation and I think it's underrated in just like doing well on social media. So content creation is when you're creating your own content. Content curation is when you go out there and you curate things that other people would find interesting in your niche. So articles that you like books that you liked, other people's Twitter threads, like you just collect information in a way, and that makes you a curator, and you share it with others. And people that are good curators can get like amazing traction online just from that. There are some newsletters whose only job is to like send people like 5 interesting links per week, and they have so many subscribers just because they're good at curation. So this is an example. This guy who grew from like 2,000 followers to I think like maybe 200K, I'm not sure, in like a year, is just really good at doing that. I think he's like 18 or something. He's just like slaying on Twitter. And that is an example of him curating other people's threads. So he's like, here are the top 10 threads you must read, and like he went through all of them, cut through the noise, and he's just giving you kind of the digest. So to you, that's useful.
It's also like work smart, not hard.
Yeah, exactly, like it's easier. And to make it easier, again, my name is not Eri E. Lee.
This wasn't me. I was so worried at the start that I managed to mess up your name. It was pitch.com.
People always mess it up.
Ignore the watermark, would not recommend.
Yeah, people mess up my name daily. It's Eri Feely. So this is a little thing I love to do, which is like my digital brain. You might have seen it before if you're like very online. Which is basically a way of keeping track of all the interesting material you come across on the internet. Like I love reading. I'm always reading something online and like trying to find like interesting things that are harder to come across. And I collect them all on Notion. You know, just like if you don't know Notion, just like a very useful program for note taking. I don't know, you know.
She's obsessed with Notion.
I love Notion, you guys. I have a problem. So you collect them, put some tags. Basically, you create a list of so much content that you've come across that you enjoyed. And I love tagging them because that means that if I ever have to share like 5 interesting marketing resources, or if I don't have any content to create, it's very easy to just tap into that and do that. Like, look how great that is. And I've seen some people that have like sold access to their full digital brain for like thousands.
I'll buy
priceless.
it.
Yeah, priceless.
So this is like a super valuable list.
Yeah,
and
that's
it just
like
goes to show
curation.
Personal brand. You don't have to create it yourself.
If you want to sell your digital brain at some point, personal brand, that sounds dystopian. I mean your notion, you know. Okay, so here are some takeaways for Twitter. Don't know if you want to take a picture if it's useful. It says the digital native because that's like our newsletter for Gen Z trends and culture. So we had done an issue on this, and I thought it was useful to put it here.
Hashtag
so yeah.
ad. Sign up to the
literally, hashtag little promo. But yeah, I hope these tips are useful. They're all actionable, so all of them are something you can literally go and do straight away. And they will really put you one step ahead of everyone on Twitter that kind of wants to get themselves known in their niche, but doesn't know quite where to start. Here we go.
Thank you.
Now LinkedIn time.
So Twitter's nice, but LinkedIn's better. Wait,
no.
Sorry, I haven't been taught how to use this. What do I do? Just click forward.
It's the upper one.
Yeah. Oh, cute. Okay, so LinkedIn is my favorite platform. It has changed my life. As Ari said, Twitter has changed hers. Honestly, the stuff you can do with LinkedIn is amazing. So my favorite thing about LinkedIn, in a sentence, is basically anyone you want to connect with at any brand that you ever want to work with, any company you want to work with, they're literally one click away. So to just set the scene a little before we dive into a bit more like practical LinkedIn advice, I don't recommend paying up for LinkedIn Premium. I've never done that, and everything I've done has been on the free version, which is great. And yeah, basically LinkedIn is all about creating, first of all, a really nice profile that shows you off at your best and presents you in the way that you want to be seen, which hopefully you'll have a bit more of an idea about after the session today. And then beyond that, you don't actually have to post. And that's my favorite thing about LinkedIn. So people will often say to me, oh, you know, like I don't have time to post, I'm too busy posting on my other platforms. I promise you can get away with posting twice a year on LinkedIn if you're not interested in posting. The reason being, unlike on platforms like Instagram or TikTok, you don't have a central profile where you can see all your content at once. It's instead just your LinkedIn profile, which is static. And what that means is that you don't have to, like, you know, no one's keeping track of when you last posted. There's no grid to keep organized. It's just the profile you can upload and leave there and just update whenever you do something new and exciting. But beyond that, it's all about actually networking and connecting with people, which is the fun part. And it also gets you like the most amazing opportunities, which we will see in a second. So the very, very basics of personal branding on LinkedIn, all you need to do is make sure you have a nice profile. So that includes a profile photo and header image. So this is my profile. I have my 3 logos from my sub-brands in my header. A tagline, which is a one-liner or a little thing about you. What I like doing is using these lines to break mine up because they do a bunch of different stuff. And then your summary, which is essentially like an about page on a website, and it's just about you and about what you do. So what I've done here, you feature, dun dun dun. Imagine if I didn't put you on. I noticed the absence of my Twitter with 3 followers. Didn't make it to your section, but I don't hold grudges. This is just a collection of some really nice taglines that I like from friends and people that I'm connected with on LinkedIn. I don't know if you guys get access to the slides at any point, so if you do want to take like photos for inspo, go ahead. Some of these are my friends, and I just wanted to really show that contrary to popular belief, LinkedIn is actually a lot more fun than people think, so you really can showcase your personality a little bit. In the top right, you've got Sarah and Brandon, who are 2 people who work at a personal branding agency in London, and that's why they go really hard on their funny little captions. So like Sarah's fueled by sushi, and then the copywriter who says, I can't think of a single word. A bit stupid, but it's kind of nice, it's memorable, it's very informal, and it just goes to show there are so many different ways of talking about yourself online. And these are really like super quick snapshots that tell you something about people's personal brand. whether they like Eri Philly, she's got the coveted LinkedIn top voice, still waiting
Fun
for my
fact, they pay for your
invite.
LinkedIn premium if you get that, which is pretty nice because you
Still
can
don't
see
need it.
who's stalking your LinkedIn.
Okay, so I'm waiting for my top voice invite.
You're
hint,
getting it.
hint. But no, so you can just see from Eri's profile, she's done the most amazing stuff. Obviously, founder of her business, Forbes 30 under 30, marketing specialist, and LinkedIn top voice. So what that means is she immediately establishes herself as someone who's really good at what she does, very professional, and if businesses are looking to work with someone who's very got gold star credentials, Eri tells you straight away, yep, she's the perfect person for you to work with. You've got Kay, who has a business called Leafage. They do these terranium workshops for companies like Google, Spotify, Airbnb, and everyone. And she's also she's obsessed obviously with gardening and that kind of stuff. So she includes puns, hilarious puns about leaf stuff in her content. Sorry, that's she would kill me if she heard me describe it that way. But you know what I mean. She lets her personality shine, and that's really nice. You've got Daisy, who's a good friend and who's also giving a talk tomorrow here at Berlin Youth Summit. I really like what she's got is a very personal little tagline, making URL as human as IRL. And it's just a little few word mini tagline, but it kind of gives you a bit of an insight into what she does, tells you a bit about her ethos, her values, and just kind of sets the scene a bit about what she does. So there are so many different things you can do for your tagline, whether that's TikTok, I really like that Elle Louise has. If you have interned or worked at a particularly cool company, having that in your tagline is a really good way of just kind of explaining your expertise a little bit upfront to people. And yeah, don't shy away from emojis either. So as I already said, my favorite way of thinking about LinkedIn is that anyone you want to connect with is just a couple of clicks away. So what that means is once you decide what you want to achieve from using a platform like LinkedIn, you can be super strategic and really kind of get to those people very quickly. And I'll also give some examples a little bit later of what I've managed to do through LinkedIn and how I've been able to do that. And hopefully it will inspire you guys to think a little bit in the same way. So the coolest thing about LinkedIn, I'm a huge LinkedIn nerd, as you might be able to hear, is just the way that it allows you to network. You don't need to know a single person in your industry, at your dream company, but you can get in there as long as you are intentional, you know what you want to do, and you go for it. And as Eri says, shoot your shot, just like she does on Twitter with DMing journalists. Go ahead.
How do you even slide into someone's DMs on LinkedIn?
Well, don't you worry, I've got some sample messages coming up. So we'll cover that in just 1 minute. And then, yeah, it's basically not just about what you know, it's also about who you know. And when you look at your career in general, that's something that's really nice about LinkedIn, is the way that you can kind of meet people, connect with people, and build real life relationships off the platform as well, in a way that I haven't seen, in the last few years. That's grown and grown and grown. And now it's so normal to message someone on LinkedIn and say, hey, I'm super interested in what you do. Do you want to grab coffee? I do that all the time with people from really, really cool companies, and I would say 90+% of the time they say yeah. So we'll see some message templates in a bit. So often a question that people ask me is, I don't know who to connect with on LinkedIn, like who is in my potential network, especially if you don't have like any industry connections in the world you want to be in. None of that matters at all. Here are just some super quick fire ways of thinking about who you can actually connect with. Obviously, your fellow participants here today, and me and Eri, obviously, waiting for your follows on every available platform. Alumni groups, so people you studied with, whether that was in high school, college, or any kind of summer school. If you've used platforms like BumbleBiz or online communities, people that you meet at events and talks, friends of friends. People often say, should I be adding like my personal friends on LinkedIn? Everyone helps. The reason being, LinkedIn shows you, when you see someone's name on LinkedIn, you'll see if they're a first connection, that's your direct connection, Or if they're a second connection, there's like a little 2 by their name, and that means they're a connection of one of your connections. And because of the way that networks and webs work in general, and as a concept, the more connections you have, the more secondary connections you'll have. And one of my favorite examples of this in practice was someone messaged me and said, I really want to get in with someone at this company, and I see you know this girl who works at that company. Do you think you can give me an intro? And I looked at who our mutual was, and it was my cousin's girlfriend. So super random. I barely know what she does for work, but I just sent her a DM on Instagram and said, hey, a friend of mine wants to talk to you about work stuff. Can I put you in touch? And she said, yeah, sure, why not? And they ended up having conversations and are looking into working together. If I hadn't been connected with my cousin's girlfriend on LinkedIn, this mutual friend or this person would never have seen that I knew her, and she would never have thought to ask me, do you know someone who works at this obscure agency in London? So that's really the benefit of connecting with as many people as you can on a platform like LinkedIn. It just means that, you know, you might reach out to someone and say, hey, I see you know someone at Airbnb, and then it turns out it's someone's like mom's best friend's kid or whatever that you've known since childhood. So it's, and that's kind of what I like about networking, especially in the digital age. As our generation knows all too well, this is something that we've grown up with. And, you know, I know at least for myself, if someone reaches out and says, hey, can you put me in touch with this person you know, I'll almost always do it if I can, which is really great. And hopefully people will return the favor for you when you ask that as well. So yeah, just building your network on LinkedIn by connecting with as many relevant people as possible is a really good idea. So I've put together, I can't remember how many steps there are, a few steps to using LinkedIn in a really strategic way for networking and to build your personal brand. This is a strategy I've used time and time and time again for myself, for my clients, for my friends, and honestly, everyone gets amazing results from it. I need to come up with a name for it actually to trademark it, but no, it's just a super handy little way of working. So step 1 is making a list for yourself of anyone you want to connect with, whether that's brands you want to work at one day, and we're talking like 5 years down the line. You like play the really long game here. To people who are doing interesting things in your industry, or people who work at media publications that you want to be featured in. So like here are some brands on the right that people I've worked with have said, I'm dying to get in with people at Sequoia, whether it's for funding, whether it's in a VC capacity, might be McKinsey. Someone might say, I'm just starting my career now at a boutique consultancy, and within 5 years, I want to be at McKinsey. Well, use those 5 years to get as many connections within the company as possible. It all helps. Obviously, some of the world's most exciting companies, whether that's Tesla, Airbnb, Spotify, Netflix, etc. Or if you are a writer, people who want to actually write for publications like Vogue Business or Harvard Business Review, just connecting with as many people who do that is always a good thing. And if you are an entrepreneur or you do something where you want press for yourself, as Eri said, like all the press she's got for herself has been through her own hustle. I'm exactly the same. Like my business and I have been featured in like Cosmopolitan, Vogue, Forbes, Grazia, like a few Vice, like a bunch of places like that. And it's all come about completely organically through these kind of connections. And it's almost like it doesn't feel like showing off or anything, because it's literally so easy that I guarantee any one of you could get in the press very imminently if you wanted to. Like I was interviewed last night for The Independent, a newspaper in the UK. And it's like me, like my family's always like, why? And honestly, I agree with them. But in fact, an interesting side note about getting press in particular, if that is something you're interested in, is the fact that people who write for Cosmopolitan, as an example, because I know people who work there, the people who write for the digital publication have to publish 8 articles a day on like Cosmo Online. And this is per journalist. So whether it's about like, I don't know, Meghan Markle or being a girl boss or meditation, like whatever it is. And they might interview 2 to 3 people per article. Per my great maths, that's 16 to 24 opportunities to get in Cosmo per day per journalist. So that just tells you how easy it is. And you know what? I've been a journalist as well. When I need quotes from people, I need them now. And people say, oh, I'll give it to you in 2 days. Yeah, that's often too late for digital publications. So journalists are not saying, I need the very best person to interview for this article. They want the person who gets back to them in 5 minutes. Like the person who emailed me last night for The Independent, she needed it at 2 p.m. today. And I did it immediately because I don't know if I'd have time to do it now. And if you don't do it, you miss out. So slightly dramatic, but that's a side note if any of you want to get in the press. You can do it in the next week. Step 2, oh God, I gotta guess what I wrote. Make sure your profile is showing you off at the best. Just like Ari said with Twitter, you want to be auditing your profile, make sure it looks really good. The same goes with LinkedIn. If need be, redo your tagline to kind of reflect what you want to promote. Add things like your education and certification. Make sure that your summary is easy to read, so your summary is like your about bit. I like to include some fun facts, like I have a stupid obsession with the Kardashians, and everyone knows that about me, which I'm so proud of and also so embarrassed by. Like my favorite fact about myself is when I wrote my first article for Harvard Business Review, I literally got a mention of the Kardashians in, which is pathetic, but also that's my personal brand. I love the Kardashians, and these stupid things can be the things that people remember about you. Someone once reached out to me last week about an opportunity, and she said, by the way, rate the Kardashians by like most fun personality. And I was like, oh, I want to work with you, fabulous. And so like even these really tiny things that set you apart in one way or another, whether it's like an obsession. I know people that I've worked with who have talked about their obsession with a football team on their LinkedIn bio, and then that's something people have then mentioned in an interview capacity and can just really help build those really authentic connections. And then a quick tip for your summary is also to, if you can, show it to a few people who don't know you that well and see what they take away from it. And making sure that the key information you want people to get from your summary is actually what they do take away. You might need to add some emojis. You might need to break it up so it's just like 3-line paragraphs to make it super easy to read. That is something that works really well. And then step 3 is going back to the list that you made in step 1 and connecting with as many people as possible. You don't need to write to them as soon as you connect with them. So you don't necessarily need to send a message on LinkedIn. When you try and connect with someone, you have the opportunity to write a little message. I genuinely recommend not doing that because it can come across quite spammy sometimes when people say, hey, I'd love to add you to my network. My immediate question is like, why? What do you want from me? And you know there's probably a sales pitch coming. Meanwhile, if I add people without a little message, then I think they're more likely to accept me if they think my profile's kind of interesting. But yeah, connecting with the people from your list is a good start. I literally just have a spreadsheet and I go through it from time to time and I make sure that I've connected with these people that I want to connect with, and it just keeps me on my toes a little bit, keeps the opportunities coming down the line, which is really nice. And then if you are reaching out to people in your messages, I have some message templates / real messages I sent that got good results coming up, but a few rules of thumb to think about. So make sure you're being authentic, like don't be over the top. Keep it brief because people are busy. So especially if you're going to someone like quite senior in your industry, if you want to ask them a question, like that's completely fine, but like do not put in 100 questions. You know, people are so busy and they don't want to have to add to their to-do list, like reply to that person who reached out to me. But I know that if someone messages me saying, how did you learn about this? Or do you have like a tip for a resource or whatever? And then it's like something I can easily reply to direct from my phone, then I'll always reply. And yeah, definitely try not to ask for too much. So at most a 15-minute phone call. A lot of people like getting messages saying, I'm super interested in your career, I would love a 15-minute chat to ask you some questions. Most people will say, yep, here's my Calendly, like book yourself in. And then of course, prepare for no's and ghostings. It's completely normal. I would say it's got better and better as I've got older and had more experience on my profile. But at the start, you get ghosted so much and it's completely fine. But it's a numbers game. The more messages you send, the more connection requests you send, the better. And don't be put off. So a mini guide to answer your question, to messaging on LinkedIn. I've included, I think, 2 or 3 slides with some real messages that I sent to people. So when I was living in Amsterdam in 2021, I sent this message to this girl called Imo, and I found her because she worked at Protein, which is a super cool trend agency. They actually have an office here in Berlin. And I was like, wait, she's super cool, and we know someone in common. I had no agenda for connecting. I didn't want to work with that agency at that moment. I just thought she seemed cool and interesting. I sent her this message saying, super random, but I saw you're a Brit in Amsterdam. You used to work at this company my friend also worked at. I know this girl a little bit. I'm also a Londoner in Amsterdam. Do you want to go for a coffee walk one day? I sent that late at night on February the 10th. First thing the next morning, she said, yeah, always up for meeting new people. It's been so tough. Whereabouts do you live? We should definitely arrange something. And we ended up living 5 minutes away from each other by chance, which is crazy. Within 3 times of meeting, her grandma had knitted a scarf for my puppy, which he still wears 2 years later. And she sent some color options for his second scarf, so he's very excited. And we have kept in touch ever since on a friend level. This was literally, you can see the exact message I sent her on LinkedIn. Everything after that was just, yeah, how about tomorrow 2 p.m.? Yeah, great. Then in 2022, a year later, she texted me this, hey Phoebe, my boss texted me this morning saying this girl looks great, and it was you. She was wondering if you'd be open to freelance bits of work. And again, you can see exactly how this led to me working with our agency on a freelance basis. I did a little bit of work for them last spring while they were in between employees, and I think I got definitely, it was a few £1,000s worth of work from them, and that came directly from this random reaching out in 2021 with no agenda. You can literally make friends that way, and as you start to build your careers, it's a really nice thing to do, to just think about, we all know about internet friends, Twitter friends, Instagram friends. Like some of my closest friends now, I've never met in real life, which is like the most insane thought. But that's the world in 2023, so we might as well lean into it. Another way of reaching out to people on LinkedIn that I really love is asking people for mutual connections. This is my favorite weather. I'm a Pisces. I want to run in it. My intrusive thoughts are being intrusive. So this is an example of a message that I sent to 2 friends who live in Rotterdam, a city in the Netherlands. They both live there. They didn't know each other, and I thought it would be really fun for them to connect. And I said, Lily, Camilla's a very dear friend of my fiancé, Storm. She works in tech and ethics. And then I said to Camilla, Lily's great. She's a very talented, experienced designer and facilitator, American and fabulous. They ended up going for lunch a few days later. They're now very good friends in Rotterdam. This was just a couple of months ago. They've seen each other many, oh my God. I love it. I'm like Drew Barrymore. I'm about to, I have to stop myself from running out. It's the ADHD. yeah, my fiancé is called Storm. That's why I love the ring. I miss him. He's here with me. Okay, back to business. So I introduced these 2 people, and they got on super well, and that was just a work connection through me. They ended up meeting up in Rotterdam and now are good friends there, which is super nice, and I'm jealous. And yeah, it's really nice that they have that connection. So something you can do is, if you know someone who works at a company you're interested in, who does something cool, literally just say, hey, can you intro us? If someone doesn't know how to intro you, this is what I always suggest, literally a 2-line thing. It takes 3 minutes. And if I have a one-to-one with someone, I'll usually send 5 intros for them right after the call. Say, this is this person, this is this person. And then they set up a call in their own time, which is really nice. And then the final examples are 3 cold messaging examples. And these are, again, real messages that I've sent, as you can see. This one person, Nina, at the top, she was also a mentor on a program I mentored for. And I just mentioned in my intro message what I remembered about her, saying that she'd spent time in Amsterdam where I had been living at the time. Quick note to say, I hope you're enjoying your new role. If you have any freelance content marketing needs, I'd love to be considered. They were hiring for full-time at that time, so I couldn't get involved, but we're still in touch a year later. And again, the long game in this is so important because you never know where opportunities are going to come from. And if you are doing freelance work at any point, never neglect your pipeline. It's so easy when you're busy to just focus on the work you're doing at the moment, but you need to be thinking 3 to 6 months ahead. When this project ends, who am I going to be working for? Who am I talking to that's interesting? And always having that in the back of your mind. And then this woman, Ellie, is now a really good friend of mine. She sent me this really nice message. So a post about your female founder dinners, would love to join. If you're up for a coffee or chat at any point, it'd be lovely to meet. So we had this chat back in March. She was, I think, 7 months pregnant. One of my best friends was due the same week as her. And I introduced them in London. Now they're little babies of upcoming friends. And this is all because she sent me that super nice, simple message. We got on the phone and she was just the nicest woman. We spent the whole hour on the phone saying, oh, you want to work with this person? Let me put you in touch. Oh, you want to work with this person? I'll put you in touch with her. You know, all this fun stuff. And this is what you can do with LinkedIn, like getting in front of the right people, posting about things you're doing. It's just so nice to interact with really fun, interesting, and nice people. And then the final one here on the left is someone that I had dinner with last night. And Callie was there as well. These dinners that I run, it's like a dinner club around Europe. And so we did one in Berlin since we were here. This girl, Grace, she's the head of marketing at Silicon LA, which is the Berlin startup scene. So definitely check them out if you're interested in like startup world in Berlin. And I just messaged her in November saying, hey, wanted to drop you a note to say I'm loving your emails from a fellow Brit in the startup world who spent time in Berlin. I used to live here. And then she replied a week later saying, yeah, this is lovely, you're in Amsterdam, that's so cool. Then I just said, yeah, I'm in Berlin often, blah, blah, blah. And then straight away she said, when you're next in Berlin, we should grab coffee. We've been in touch ever since. It's been coming up on, it's been over 6 months since I first reached out to her. We've had dinner, we've had calls. She's starting a spin-off business that I'm chatting to her about. We're introing each other to a whole bunch of different people. And again, it's as simple as this, I love your newsletter message. Of course, there are a bunch of times I've sent people similar messages and they reply like, thanks, and then that's the end of it. That's completely fine, like that's just the name of the game. Oh my God, the emoji looks so freaky. Final little case study about LinkedIn that I wanted to mention, and again, why I love it so much, is 2 years ago, I decided that despite not being a fashionista in the slightest, I wanted to be in Vogue, because who doesn't? I saw someone else be in Vogue and I thought, jealous, manifesting that. So I did what I recommended you to do at the start of my section of this workshop, and I said, I connected with on LinkedIn a whole bunch of people who worked at Vogue. So that's like submissions, it's people who are like full-time journalists at Vogue, it's people who are contributing writers. So if you want to write or be featured in Forbes, did the same for Forbes in 2019 actually. I just connected with 20 contributing writers at Forbes. Lo and behold, a few months after connecting with them, this girl, Beth Ashley, posted on LinkedIn looking for a marketing expert to provide a quick turnaround comment for a feature in Vogue Business about not being able to remarket on Google, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, I have no idea what this is about, but I saw marketing and Vogue, and I said, yep, sign me up, babes. And so she sent me 12 questions. She said, can you do it today? And I was like, yep, absolutely could not do it that day, but I contacted all my clients saying, something's come up. Well, everything's been pushed to tomorrow, sorry. Spent the day answering these really long questions for the girl. I did have to do a bit of research about ethical algorithms because it was not necessarily my expertise. But again, I sent these questions to this girl and she was sending me messages saying, oh my God, thank you so much. Like, you've saved my life. And I was like, babe, thank you. Like, you're putting me in Vogue, I'll do anything. And it just goes to show, like, if that is something you're interested in, like getting press, often you're helping the journalists out by giving them these insights. And then the article came out a week later, something about, is the algorithm ableist? Phoebe Dodds notes, I love it. Says Dodds, ridiculous, love it, manifest. That's a mood board quote. And so, yeah, just the final thing I want to say about LinkedIn, be prepared to play the long game. Once you've connected with interesting people, engage with their content, much like on Twitter we were talking about. So comment on people's posts. Once you've connected with people, ask them questions. Occasionally I'll send someone an article that I think is interesting for them. Like my favorite sneaky top tip is to say, hey, I read this really interesting article and thought like it would be useful for you, but actually I've just Googled articles in that area of interest. Oh, ridiculous. This whole industry is like you got to game the system, build that personal brand whatever way necessary. And then people will often say, oh, that's so nice, like what do you do, blah, 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 and then you just have a nice conversation and really make these interesting connections. Sometimes you can message with one small question. Like I had a student from Canada message me the other day saying, I want to do work in Europe, like what's your one tip you would give me? And I came up with something which was nice. And then also connecting with them on other platforms is great. Twitter, Instagram, or TikTok. So what's really nice sometimes with the editors in particular, because they tend to have like really nice Instagrams, is when you connect with them on LinkedIn, you can then follow them on Instagram as well, and then that gives you more opportunities to interact with them. Like if they're posting their vacation and it's somewhere you just went, and you end up having a conversation saying, oh, you need to try this cafe, or like whatever it might be. It's really making it a more human relationship, which is super nice, and building those real relationships and then going for the ask. And above all, giving more than you get. So just making sure that you're not asking people for too much all the time. Like I always love to find ways to, when we were asked to come to this conference and they were looking for another speaker, I put forward Daisy because she's amazing at what she does. And then she's really saying, oh, I'm so grateful, if you want an intro to a person at this company, let me know. And obviously I didn't put her forward in order to like win favor with her, but it is nice when you do nice things for people, they also want to do it back for you. So just the final couple of things that we're going to talk about, I'm going to talk about in the rest of our presentation is some of our favorite ways of like staying inspired when you're building your personal brand. Ari already shared her digital brain with us. Here are two platforms that we both really love using. Landing, this is my work mood board. Landing is kind of, you can help me explain these two brands because you know them well as well.
Yeah, true. Landing is great if you guys don't know it. It basically is like a mood board making app. They have a huge community, amazing brand they've built around it. And Melon is an invite-only app that is basically about like learning and collecting the resources you find around the internet that you like and putting them in little collections that make more sense and make them more accessible. So if anyone wants like a Melon invite, you can message us both.
I put it on.
Oh,
I already put a code up in case.
Perfect.
It's kind of like, Instagram folders where you can save like interesting reels or content. It's basically that, but for content from all over the internet. So this is like a screenshot of my Melon, and in work inspo, I've got links to cool people on Instagram. I've got some Spotify podcast links for work podcasts, articles, all that kind of stuff. So it's really nice.
Time's up, by the way.
Time's up. So this speaks for itself. Just a few resources that we really love that some people in the room know as well. A part of building your personal brand, surrounding yourself with nice people, join communities. In the UK, you've got Babes on Waves, you've got Global Shapers Worldwide, which I'm also a part of. It's super nice community for like doing social impact stuff. You've got Founders Forum, you've got Roots In, a mentorship program with Soho House, The Stack. You've got Stephanie Sword-Williams, who's an amazing public speaker on everything about self-promotion. She has a book and a podcast and does free workshops.
Just take pictures of these so you can
take
go full on personal development.
Yes, I Like Networking has amazing mentors from like the world's coolest companies and me.
Especially Phoebe.
Especially me.
So she can mentor you.
People from like Spotify and Financial Times, and then me. But no, it's an amazing program. And then it's nice that does like portfolio reviews. Somerset House for the Londoners does amazing free stuff. Oh yeah, there we are. And everyone take a photo of this as well. Global Shapers particularly recommend. if you do anything like environmental, sustainable. And with that, follow us on everything.
We can release you guys from this room, but
Unless
do you have any questions? I mean, you can also just like message us. Obviously, we're very findable on the internet. We've worked on it. But yeah, any questions? These are our like company Instagrams. Yes.
Oh, you want the mic? You need the mic.
Take the mic. Oh, yeah.
Does it work?
Right, I think
We
so.
can hear you
Yeah,
anyway,
can you hear me? I really love the idea of personal brands, but I want to know how you create boundaries with yourself.
You don't. Sell your soul.
To not like give your all to these online platforms. Like, how do you create that boundary with yourself?
You mean like to not just be spending your time
Yeah, or like
on
how
these
do
platforms
you, how
building
do
your
you
brand?
keep certain parts of yourself, to your community?
I
rather
think it's
than-
just like whatever you feel comfortable with, you can tell. Like I almost never post anything personal. And still you can be posting enough and connecting with people enough that they feel like they know you. And I guess some people feel more comfortable like being a lot more vulnerable online. Like I personally just like don't care to be posting what I'm doing online, but I still have a network of people that I'm connected enough with that they know me well enough, you know. And I think so do you. Like Phoebe doesn't post on LinkedIn, and she doesn't need to post in order to connect with all of these great people. So I don't think that like posting all the time and being very personal and very involved in social media is the way, and you definitely should focus on work-life balance first in general.
I also think that personal branding is more impactful when it's really intentional, and it's much harder to be intentional in the moment. So actually, if you're at a cool event or if you're doing something that you would want to post online, taking content and pics and stuff when you're there and actually posting it when you're home or the next day is a really good way of actually saying, okay, this is what I want to share. Like I'm going to give a cool roundup of the event rather than 100 random blurry pics from the event on your stories at the time that everyone, you know, they're not interested in because they weren't there. Instead sharing the next day, 5 takeaways that I learned at the Berlin Youth Summit or whatever it might be, is more valuable and actually more intentional, and means you're not panicking about sort of, am I sharing enough? Am I doing the right thing in the moment? And I think when it comes to personal stuff as well, start small and you can always get more personal. You don't need to, but once it's out there, it's out there. I know that some people that we're friends with, that we work with, they like sharing, whether it's grief or heartbreak or whatever, and they find that cathartic. That can become part of your personal brand if that's authentic to you, but you never have to share anything that you don't want to share. And I'd say rather safe
The
than
amount
sorry.
of tweets I delete, insane.
Really?
Like tweeting something out and then deleting it 1 second later is like my catharsis. Like that's self-care.
That's therapy.
Yeah, that's therapy right there. So yeah.
Thank you, Zoe. We have another question. I'll take the mic. God, I'm multitasking.
I have a question because you mentioned. Oh, okay, sorry. I have a question if you have any recommendations of free courses in English that I can do and raise up my qualifications.
Free courses in English.
For what industry?
Like marketing, content creating.
Do you have any?
Yeah, do you not?
No.
Oh.
I've taken like 2, I'm not sure.
No, so Google Digital Garage
the one I thought.
is amazing. And so it's within Google, and they have not only their own Google courses for free, but they also curate some courses from like Coursera and those kinds of places. And you can filter by free and then in digital marketing, and there's a ton. I've done most of them at one point in my life. Like if ever business was slow in the past, I would just binge these courses to add stuff to my CV. So Google Digital Garage is one, and the other one is HubSpot has like a ton of free courses in everything. Masterclass, you can do, I think, a free trial, and that's good. But even podcasts and books, like when I started my business, I quit a very dodgy PR company and went freelance overnight. and I just bought like 10 books on digital marketing and binged them all with my highlighter out and made notes, and that's how even that can be super valuable. But yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Can you pass on the mic over there? Thank you.
We'll also be around after, I think, to answer some questions.
Thank you. I just wanted to add actually to that, I used to work for Meta or Facebook. Facebook has a free courses available there called Blueprint. So you can just, all of the courses there are for digital marketing and are free available. The certification then costs money, but you can get all the learning for free. And I really loved your tips about the LinkedIn Top Voice. I wanted to give one tip for all the non-English speaking audience. The top voice is usually in your own language. So for example, I was reached out to be a top voice in German, but I published content in English and in German, so they didn't like that.
There's even like a UK-US divide, I think.
Yeah.
So for similar topics, they'll just like scout you for top voice in your location and your language, right? So you can be posting in whatever language you want.
I'm going to Google Translate and become a LinkedIn top voice in
Italy.
A really unknown language.
Yeah, so I think my recommendation would be if you're more fluent and more comfortable writing in your own language, do that. So you don't need to become a top voice in English. You can become a top voice in Bulgarian or a different language.
That's my new strategy. Thanks. Thank you for those tips.
Thank you.
To add to the Meta Facebook courses, that you've also got LinkedIn Learning. They have some paid and some free. And sometimes you can do, like you said, a free course and then pay up for a certificate. Don't need to do that. No one's going to ask for your certificate. It's enough to just do the course and learn the stuff. Was that maybe, yeah.
Hello.
Hey.
I'm Rumsha. So I have PR experience, but I feel like, so I'm working in Wise right now, and I'm trying to get into marketing because I'm not in marketing right now, and I love marketing. I love everything about it. I love meeting people. I love working with influencers and creating content, all of that. But the thing is, I feel like like right now in companies, there are a lot of people, even if they're in marketing, there are people who are like boomers and like millennials. So I feel like I come off like really strong with like, I'm so, yay, let's do marketing.
They love that.
And exactly, I don't know how to kind of approach without, making them feel like, oh, she is too much, or like, oh, I don't know if like she's too Gen Z to create, like just like,
okay, like
you'll just sound like so.
I get you, but since you're going in marketing, that's like the best kind of industry to go in if you're worried about that, because I get people all the time asking me like, do you ever get boomer clients that just don't listen to you? I'm like, no, because our entire value proposition is like we're a Gen Z-led agency that helps them understand Gen Z. So because it's social media marketing, they come to us and they're like prepared to listen to the Gen Z way. And if they're not, they're just not a good fit. So I think that since you're going into marketing, people, at least a lot of companies and a lot of agencies, they value the Gen Z perspective and your sort of like digital native background. So I just think it's a matter of like who you're connecting with. Like some of them might be like, no.
Yeah.
But like some of them might be genuinely a good fit and create good connections. And there's also an app called Pineapple, which is all about, it's like LinkedIn for Gen Z. And if like that way you can connect with people from the companies you want to work at, but that are actually Gen Z. So everyone has great vibes in there. It's a very like nice community, and it's very easy to connect with people. Like everyone's a lot more casual.
Yeah, and I would also say like leaning into it to extend on your point, and even putting in your LinkedIn bio, like, Gen Z marketing, like people will hire you for that thing.
Yeah, people
I would hire you for that.
Yeah, trust me, they need it. That's why Ari's business is doing so well. But it's also one of the very few areas in which being young and being very young, in fact, is actually a huge advantage. That's why you see Duolingo's global head of social media is 22 years old or something.
That
does not happen in any other industry or in any other role, because it's by nature that they need these young people. So lean into it and don't
embrace
hide
it.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
I think there's one here with the Y.
Yeah.
Oh, we need to wrap up.
Ooh, yeah, we need to wrap up. So
final
we can
question,
take this last question,
and then everything else via LinkedIn or Twitter
or Instagram, or wherever you guys want. We'll see it.
At Bureau155 / the Z-Link. Luckily, the only important part of the thing didn't mess up the text.
True.
Hit
Okay,
us.
I'll be quick. They are quick. I was just wondering first, like, wait, was I supposed to stand? Okay, I'm gonna
No,
stand.
don't worry about it.
Okay. How much recycling of content do you do between platforms? Do you often?
100%.
Yeah.
Like, it depends for me. I do most of the recycling, like from Instagram carousels for like my business into LinkedIn. Like that translates quite good. So like, if it's something that works well on both platforms, yes, but usually if I put that on Twitter, it doesn't feel as natural. And also like I would never take Twitter content and put it like on Instagram, if that makes sense. You just kind of have to see where it works best.
You don't do the thing where you like screenshot your tweets and then put them into carousel?
I've done it rarely.
I do that all the time.
I love doing that, but I never do it because like, I think it's just like, it puts a little bit of an extra layer, whereas you could just make a carousel on Instagram, you know, and design it better. I don't know, but you can always recycle content and also just take your old content that worked well and just repost it. Like just do something very similar.
I would suggest that as well. And then my other tip would be create the content in the first instance with a view to repurposing it. So things like so pick the type of content you like creating the best. For some people, that's a TikTok. For me, that's like a blog post. Write the blog post 5 ways to do X, and then that can become a carousel, newsletter content.
Or a Twitter thread.
Twitter thread, LinkedIn post, so easily, rather than if I wrote like an interesting little blog post about the history of Gen Z or whatever, you can't really do anything with that. So work smart, not hard. And that's it from us.
That's it. We hope that was helpful.
Thank you so much for joining us.
So now no matter what age group we are, we need to eat. So lunch is behind you. We meet back here at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
You to stand up, stand up. I see that you have, yeah, stand up, stand up. You are really young, and I want you to go and do it like this and start massaging the next people next to you. Okay? Okay? Come on, do it, come on, come on. If you are the last one in the line, and you don't have no one to okay. Thank you very, very much. Oh, you're strong. You're really strong. Okay. Great, great.
Oh, Daddy, why?
Oh, yo. So, now you can take a seat and relax and give a huge round of applause to Julia and Miran.
Thank you very much. Can I have my presentation with me? Okay, perfect. So it won't be as probably fascinating as like Dimitris is doing. I'm not going to do anything like some like ice-breaking stuff with you because I'm going to talk about a bit serious topic, but it will not take like much time, 10 minutes and I'm done. My name is Yulia and I came to Berlin from Kyiv, Ukraine. I live there. So when the war started, thank you very much. When the war started, I moved to Lviv, which is a city on the western part of Ukraine. I spent there 2 months and I decided to go back because like Lviv is okay, but I wanted to live at home very much. that's why I am in Kyiv, and now I work as a communication specialist in Ukraine, and I work for Ukrainian parliament right now. We're dealing mainly with anti-corruption issues, but I'm a communication specialist. And actually, when I was talking to the team, what exactly would you like to hear from me? Because I can talk a lot about what is happening now in Ukraine, for hours. And by the way, if you, after my speech, if you have any questions, I would like to discuss, to argue with me, welcome. I very much appreciate if you are interested in the topic. And when I was actually discussing what should be the topic of my short speech, they asked me to show what is the life of a young person in Ukraine right now. And again, we are the summit of GenZers. I'm no longer a Gen Z and never meant to be, because I'm almost 31 years old, so I'm old enough, But I know that we have difference 5 or 10 years with you, but I am trying to feel young still. So, of course, I will show just one picture from my own life. It's not even a picture, it's a screenshot. Afterwards, I will show you a little bit of the pictures of the youth. And when we will switch to a little bit history, a little bit geopolitics, and we're done. So, to start with, actually the history, the story of myself, because you will be probably having a workshop on storytelling, so my story. This is a screenshot from my health app, and it counts the sleeping hours. You see, I sleep, okay, I have 7 hours of sleep in May, used to have, but you see, almost all the lines are breaking up. Any guess why? Any ideas? So, sure, at nights, we were shelled from the Russian territory. In May, it was really every night. I'm not just joking or overestimating. It's not. So it is the high five to the group which will deal with psychological health and all these issues. You see. So this is an ordinary Kyiv person, and it's time to go to a bomb shelter or to a corridor, but it's not safe. To return again, or just to look at the information, everything is digitalized actually. War right now, it's a black joke, but war now is very much digitalized. We receive notifications missiles are flying. Okay, we are going to hide and then back to our work. It is it is probably simple to speak about this, but it is very hard to comprehend that, for instance, if the missile is flying during the daytime, we need to somehow afterwards just say, okay, I switched to my job. Okay, parliament, anti-corruption, blah, blah. So, and we are switching from the danger to life to the ordinary day just in a minute, because air raid siren is off. And it is kind of cruel, I think. Can I have a clicker? Thank you. That is why it is very hard to manage. So if people are living somewhere not in the large city, it is probably kind of easier. But nowadays, we need to work for governmental structures and all the stuff. That's why we need to live in Kyiv. And yeah, so, and this is a story from a girl whose name is Anastasia. She's of your age, 23rd, I think, 23 years old, and you can actually check her Instagram. Unfortunately, she's not updating it right now. So this is just an ordinary person of your age from a city of Dnipro. It's on eastern part of Ukraine. It used to be very large, 1 million citizens before the large war, before the February of 22. And this is and this is actually Anastasia after the shelling. It was huge shelling onto just the residential area, and it used to be her house. She actually, you see the bathroom, she wanted to use a bathroom, and she was shelled. And here she's waiting for help. I'm not sure she used to have a phone in her hand, but she was waiting. And this is also her, but she was on the 6th floor, you see, so that is why she was waiting for too long. And also, this is what her residential building looked like the day after, and you see, people are wearing warm clothes because it was winter. It was just after the like New Year. It was probably January. So yeah, and of course, not all of Ukrainians survive the same situation, but it is like we got used to this. This is a common stuff right now, unfortunately. I hate this very much. And of course, I want to be able to just go out at night. Now we are having a curfew, which means that we should stay from like midnight till 5 o'clock at home. And lots of limitations, lots of stuff, because yeah, we do have war, and I hate this, but we are seeing this every day. And when we talked to Dimitris yesterday, it was like kinda, why are you talking about this so like simply? Because it is a year and a half of war, we really got used to this. I never wanted this, but this is kind of stuff I need to survive every day. If I wanna live in Kyiv, if I want to work for the place I'm working for. And now a little bit of geopolitics. You know this map for sure. You watched it like at school every week and so on. You see how huge is Russia, and you see that Russia is neighboring not only to Ukraine. It is for sure Belarus, Latvia, Estonia, Finland, a little bit of Norway, Georgia. So lots of places, and you see also a little piece of Russia near Poland and Lithuania. That means that, one more thing, so actually beside Ukraine, it is a huge war in Ukraine, but beside Ukraine, Russia has its hands in Moldova. It is Transnistria area, probably you heard of it, and Georgia, North Ossetia and Abkhazia. Also, the status of Belarus, we will hear from the guy. He will tell us more how does he comprehend the situation, but we think that Belarus is completely like abducted by Russia. And the question actually with this is, who is next? Because like Russia is waging its policy from long period of time. And in Ukraine, war actually began in the year of 2014, I'm sorry. So it was long ago when the war started with the annexation of Crimea and intervention into Donbass, the eastern area of Ukraine. And now it is a full-scale war. So actually, who could be next? So history tells us like a very wise lesson that if the unpunished evil goes further, it can be like, it can have deteriorating consequences. And actually, it is very cool that I'm telling about this in Berlin, because these walls has shown everything of the kind. Back in the year of 1934, actually the support of the policy of Nazi Germany was counted at about 98%. Of course, we cannot believe this figure, but you can understand that they were supported by people, by population. As for Russians nowadays, we can actually argue with you, but as for Russians nowadays, they mainly do support war in Ukraine. You can even like check sometimes their protests or marches on the streets of like Western cities, European cities. They are aggressively celebrating Russia. They support Putin's politics, and just a couple of days before, there was an attempt, like probably you've heard some news, there was an attempt, like alleged attempt to have a coup d'etat, but it's not, of course. And people on the streets of Russian cities were applauding to Wagner Group militants. They are mercenaries, actually. These are people. If you would like, you can check like more details. It's a white-covered topic. They used to wage a war, I mean Wagner Group, in Africa, in Syria, and now in Ukraine. But people are applauding them. So the aggressor should be stopped if we do not want to repeat like the destiny we're having right now. And you know, not to take a lot of time, actually I should skip lots of stuff, but Russia, beside destroying Ukraine, it destroys really infrastructure, schools, residential buildings. I'm sure it Russia will not get Ukraine to the fullest. It is impossible just right now because we are resistant. But Russia is destroying our lives, our infrastructure, and the message they deliver to the world is, if you are not appeasing us, so we can repeat in your home, so that we are afraid, but I beg you, we should not be afraid at all. Beside Russia is destroying Ukraine, Russia is destroying the world order. We knew after the Second World War, because like the United Nations was created afterwards, but now, like here is the Security Council of United Nations, like the largest and the main organ, and Russia has a seat there right now. So, like, what is this, unless it is utter impotence? And one more thing I wanted to show you. It is like the situation of this month. On the 6th of June, Russia blew up the dam in the southern part of Ukraine, and of course it is a huge disaster, not only for the area, but for climate as well, because it was a huge dam, and now it's like a desert there. Lots of homes were flooded, stuff, you know this. But on the same day, the Twitter of United Nations posted a tweet like, "Happy Russian Language Day." And it is still there, you can check this. Of course, like Ukrainians were a little bit in shock, you know, especially here is the sustainability goals, you know, like clean water and blown dam, climate change, like restrain, and this. So yeah, and we were very outraged, and actually we cannot do anything right now with UN, but to a little bit digitally humiliate. And so one person, I will show him picture afterwards, just like took a piece of paper, wrote what you see, and stuck with a scotch. So this is a kind of a protest during the wartime, even during the wartime. This is him. He also actually took a photo and even had an auction for donation for Ukrainian army. And you can check check his Twitter account where he posted actually that photo for the first time. This may even show you that even during wartime, even during all these horrible events, there is still room for changes and there is still room for protest. And I wish you actually use any time if you feel your rights are oppressed. And here you can actually follow just the ordinary stuff about Ukraine in Twitter. One, like a little bit of words to finish. So you are a younger generation of your own countries. And actually, like we are old enough already, thanks God. And actually you will decide what is the future in your country. This is the first point. And the next point, you will decide how the world order looks like afterwards. And actually, 60 years ago, when Berlin Wall fell, John Fitzgerald Kennedy came here, and he started his very famous speech. This is Ich bin ein Berliner. Started with like several statements, something like, if the people of the world want to know how really communism does look like, please come to Berlin, or let them go to Berlin. And actually, I would like to emphasize two things. The first one, so you will lead the world, you will run the world just in a minute, in a couple of days, in a year, in 2 years, it depends on your own. And I kindly ask you to make sure that aggressor, liar, propagandist never win in Europe. This is the first point. And the next point is that so John Fitzgerald Kennedy told about communism, and I wish very much that in the nearest future, I will be able to say that if you want to understand the consequences of appeasing a tremendous aggressor and what does Russianism look like, please come to free, independent, and prosperous Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. How much time we have? I
2
can play a
minutes.
game.
2 minutes, yeah.
Okay,
3
okay.
minutes.
So, I have 2 minutes. Let's play a game. I want you to stand up. I want you to stand up, stand up, stand up. Stand up, great, great, great. Yeah, now, it's good for the calories. You ate too much, so I will count in order to make some noise, in order to be in a position with a vibe. I will count to 1, 2, 3, and on 3, I want you to shout your country's name, okay? So I want you to shout it, to shout real loud, okay? You can even use your city if you want, okay? So whatever you like, I'm fine with both, but I want it on 3 and I want it loud, okay? And you can make it repeatedly, okay? So go 1, 2, 3. Did you manage to understand something? Any?
I understood Uganda, but I don't think.
Oh, Uganda. Okay. No. Let's try once again. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Doesn't sound like Europe.
Yeah, at least, yeah. It's a new country, definitely.
It's a new country for sure. Okay.
So now we are moving on to the group working sessions, and Miron will present just as soon as you get back from your workshops. Please check your WhatsApp group and find the place where you have to go for the next workshop. And if you don't remember what you applied for, it's okay. You can go.
It's okay, you can come to Metaverse.
Yeah.
If you don't remember.
Yeah.
One. now that we are 10 people, like a family, you can come in front. You can come in front and, okay, if you don't want, I can come to you, it's okay. So, we are going to speak about the metaverse and why the metaverse is the next internet. I don't know if you know Nostradamus. Nostradamus was a futurist back then, but not that kind of futurist, okay? I don't predict the future. Why? Because when we do foresight, one thing that we don't do is predictions. So we don't predict the future because there is no one future. So there is no one future, there are multiple futures, and this is why we tend to say futures literacy, and we do future studies. It's always in plural. We don't have just one future. So we don't do predictions, and I don't have an audiobook. We are just like a pair of glasses. We just give the world a better understanding of how exponential technologies, macro forces, geopolitics will play out, and will have a plausible, possible, or desirable future. Okay, so always when you think about the future, think that there is no one future, and we cannot predict the future. As many data as we have, even if you have gazillions of data, you cannot predict the futures because there are things that are unpredictable, and there are black swans or wildcard events or whatever. We saw that with COVID, with the Ukraine war. We saw that in many, many times. So first thing I want to do is to declare that this presentation is by me. It's not by ChatGPT, okay? So I had an argument last night with ChatGPT that I did the presentation. So ChatGPT is here, and it will say that I did the presentation myself. Okay, so if you can see, I had a problem to convince ChatGPT to say that, but in any case, I managed to declare that, okay, this is my presentation. As you can see, we are fine right now. So, one thing that I want you to understand as regards the future is that in many cases, as regards the metaverse, as regards new technologies, as regards the internet, we start from the past. So we do backcasting and we do stuff like we learn from the past. So I want you to go back in the past. How many of you here are born before 1994 or something? We have someone? Okay, we have Franak. Okay, just the two of us in here. So back then, we had this kind of devices. Do you know what device is this? Do you recognize this sound? Do you have the sound? We have a sound. We don't? We have the sound. Okay, we don't have the sound, so you understand what the sound is, this sound? This was just a 56K modem, okay? With this kind of stuff, we went online, okay, to the internet. Imagine me, for example, waiting for a Pamela Anderson picture to load for 3 hours. And for the first 20 minutes, I just see the hair, nothing else. So we have the thing that the numbers of transistors and resistors on a chip doubles every 18 months. So this is Mr. Gordon Moore. This law, this is Moore's law. It's not yet applied to technology. We don't apply Moore's law to the metaverse. Why? Because it's broken. Right now, we have every 6 months, we double the capacity. Okay, imagine that we're doubling the capacity of chips and how we can consume information through computers every 6 months. This is why you see OpenAI and all these technologies growing really, really fast. Okay, so this is 64 megabytes compact flash. It's 1991. The capacity was 20 songs, just that, 20 songs, okay? Or 25 pictures. This is a micro SD. You already have a micro SD. Is 1 terabyte. Is 25,000 songs and 250 movies, okay? And this is a quantum computer. Has the power of the whole Google in the size of a sugar cube, okay? So, as you can see, we are moving really, really fast. This law is the law of accelerated returns. Right now, with 1,000 euros, you can buy a computer that does calculations with 10 raised on 16, more or less the power of the human brain. So with 1,000 euros, you can buy a human brain. In 5 years, so we are here in 5 years, with 1,000 euros, you can buy the capacity and the power calculation capacity of all human race, okay? So imagine that you, with 1,000 euros, you can buy the capacity of 1 million humans, which is huge, and it's not in 10 years or 20 years or 30 years ahead, okay, when you will be, I don't know, 70, 50. It's in 2, 3 years. So the concept of calculation and the concept of capacity, it's done. You are okay with calculations, with capacities, with human brains. Connectivity now. This dishwasher is a courtesy of OneWeb. OneWeb is a company that has this kind of satellites, and they go into the stratosphere, and they beam internet even to sub-Saharan or whatever regions. So with these little dishwashers, we have internet everywhere. We have Project Loon. These are like meteorological balloons that you can go to the stratospheres, and we use them like routers. So just like you log in there in your router, you can log in a remote area through a balloon. And of course, we have SpaceX. SpaceX did great work, and have Elon Musk had a classic satellite dish just with a power outlet. So you just power in your van or whatever you are, and this gives you internet. So we have access to the internet, we have huge capacity of calculations, we have everything. And where are we now? Where are we now in terms of calculations, and why this has to do with metaverse, and why metaverse is the thing? You know the guy, okay? This guy had 155 IQ, okay? The most brilliant guy measured by Mensa had 200 IQ, okay? The average human being has something like 130, 135. OpenAI and ChatGPT has already 155, okay? So it's like Einstein in a box. So, but how AI is thinking, and what is AI, and why is connected to the metaverse? Do you understand this picture? If you close your eyes a bit, you can say, the picture is Mona Lisa. Okay. This is an abstract picture, okay? It's out of Legos. This is the exact thing what generative AI does. Fill the gap. So you give him, her, it, a prompt, and try to fill the gap when generates an image. Okay, so you say an eagle has, I don't know, 1 million eagles trained, and starts to fill the gap based on what you said. This is what is generative AI. And can you read the text, this text? By the second, third, fifth line, you go, and you can see that you can read it easier and easier and easier. This is what large language models do. This is what LLMs do. Okay, they try to predict the next word based on the previous word. So this is what your brain does when reads a text like this. This is what ChatGPT uses, the brain of ChatGPT uses in order to predict the next word. Okay, so your brain understands the next word, and as you train your brain, you can understand that. This is the same with LLMs. Okay, we know what generative AI is. We understood more or less what large language models does. What this has to do with metaverse. We are, as regards artificial intelligence, we are just right here, okay? We don't have conscious in the machines. When you are asking a machine, are you feeling love, or are you feeling pain, or are you alive? He will reply, no, I'm just a large language model, blah, blah, blah. There are a lot of people saying that we are close, and a lot of people saying that we are not close at all. So for now, let's assume that we are in the middle. Okay, we have machine intelligence. We have already Alexa, Siri, Cortana, things that you can ask them pretty straight things, and you can get a clear, great answer. And now we can have conversational interfaces, LLMs, blah, blah, blah. As regards AI, this is something that you need to understand, okay, that AI will not take your job, and a human that uses AI will, so be prepared. And do we have here people that know this book? Anyone? No one? You must read it yesterday. Okay. It's Snow Crash. And if you don't want to read the book, there is a movie called it Ready Player One, okay, which is based on the book. So you can go to Netflix and see Ready Player One. Ready Player One is what Neil Stephenson said, the metaverse, okay. The first guy that envisioned the metaverse has a kid that has problems in the house and wants to go out of the miserable day-to-day and escapes into a virtual reality, okay. This is not what the metaverse is, but Neil Stephenson said for the first time the metaverse. In reality, this guy, Sir Charles Wheatstone, in 1838, said the first stone for the metaverse. This is a stereoscope. You have two steady images on one of each side, and when you go close, like you go into a VR headset that we have up there, you see a 3D image. So you go really, really close, and we have one steady image there, one steady image there, and your brain thinks that there is depth. There is depth in this image, so thinks that it's something in the real world. Okay, so we know Stephenson, and we need to give a quote and to give the credit to Sir Charles Wheatstone. Many of you doesn't understood so far the Web 1 thing because you were not born, okay? The Web 1 thing was MSN Messenger, a really small company in 1994, Google, really small, 3 people, okay? Yahoo, Netscape, Internet Explorer. This was from 1994 to 2004, okay? You were born somewhere like here, 2000 something, so up to 2004, we have the whole concept of social media and the social web. We have Twitter, Facebook, we have Google, Instagram, and all that stuff. And we went from a decentralized read-only internet that we didn't create content to a participatory, we create content, but centralized one. Why centralized? Because if Twitter doesn't want your tweet up, says that you violate community guidelines and goes down. The same with YouTube, the same with every social network. So right now, the thing is that we have a problem with the control of all the gatekeepers, like YouTube, Meta, everyone, that is trying to change the thing. And what we do, we go to Web3. Do you know any of the icons on the third bubble? I see yes. Which one? Bitcoin, Ethereum, okay. Okay. Anyone else? Oh, super. Okay. Yeah, these are similar to the other ones. Okay, we have IPFS, which is a file system. We have Lion, which is a browser. We have a wallet, which is MetaMask. So we have a lot of similar technologies, but through blockchain. Okay, so this is the definition, the current definition of metaverse. Okay, this will change in 6 months for sure. But the red thing that is the AI was not there, was not up there, is there because AI is going really, really huge. So we have AI, we have 3D, Web3 technologies like wallets and blockchain and stuff like that, all the social stuff, and underneath the web as we know in terms of connectivity, routers, hardware, Wi-Fi, 5G, okay, the connectivity part. So why 3D? Everyone say, okay, we have the screens, we have mobile phones, we have everything. Why to create a 3D environment? Because it's a very, very simple answer. Okay, the answer is super simple. Because 3D is the physical human environment. Okay, we like to bump to things. We go and touch things. So if we have a 3D internet, it will be the most physical thing on the world. Okay, why? Because this is how we're born. We're born in a 3D environment. Why we have screens and we need to have glasses or whatever? Because technology for the 3D wasn't there. We didn't have any 3D technologies in order to start creating new stuff, okay? So right now, because of the red layer, which is the AI, we can create easily 3D worlds and we can have it on a Web3 environment, okay? Simple as that, so far, or I lose you. Okay, super. Let's move forward. I will give a very fast explanation of what blockchain is. So, we thought back then that the internet will be just another medium, okay? We said we have TV, we have radio, we have newspapers, and we have the internet. But this was not the case. Internet create online TV, online radio, online communications, e-commerce. So internet create everything out of that. The same is with blockchain. So we thought that, okay, we will have blockchain and blockchain will only create Bitcoin or coins, but create also NFTs, create commodities, create DAOs, create everything and still creating things. So we had a money revolution, a financial revolution, and we have an internet revolution. This is the thing we have right now with blockchain. So we have the AI concept and we have also the blockchain concept. With these two elements, we are going to the metaverse. And in the metaverse, we have three different realities. You already know the one reality, which is the physical world. Okay, we have the reality that we see. We go to the augmented reality, which is the current reality that we have, but a layer of information on top. You can see, for example, how many minutes you have. You can see whatever. And we have the virtual reality. Virtual reality, it's like you are doing scuba diving. You're wearing some goggles and you are immerse yourself to a new world. So it's not like augmented reality that you have your actual reality. It's like having a filter to reality. It's like actually doing an immersion. Okay, so these are the three realities that we need to start plan as Gen Z for the next internet. So we don't tell stories just for one reality, okay? We tell stories for three realities, and this is hard.
Bump it up another level, like only you can do. Switch it up. Switch it up. Switch it up like, switch it up like, switch it up like, switch it up. Switch it up like, switch it up like, switch it up like, switch it up. Switch it up like, switch it up like. Make your move, go ahead, switch it up. What you gonna do with the power? What you gonna do with it? What you gonna do with it? What you gonna do with the power? What you gonna do with it? What you gonna do? What you gonna do with the power? What you gonna do with it? What you gonna do? What you gonna do with the power? You gon' go ahead. Switch it up. 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 Hello, hello, about to be a good time. Switch it up. Switch it up. Switch it up. Switch it up, like, switch it up, like, make it move, go ahead. Switch it up.
So you say that, okay, we are speaking about the metaverse and we are speaking about serious stuff and we are doing serious work and we plan to save the world and to change the world, and you showing us games and video games and virtual reality games. Why? Every company and everyone out there trying a new thing, everything, from a razor to a technology for water to whatever, starts with games, gamers, and the youth. Why? Because they are the early adopters. We say that the ice melts from the sides, so we need to go to the early adopters. So you are the early adopters, and this is why technology and all the technology companies are addressing you in terms of gaming, because they want to test this new technology and then bring it to the actual real world. So every demo that you see, you will see that it has games, it has movies, it has some kind of fun that is appealing to Generation A and Generation Z that now is getting the decisions for this new reality, okay? So the metaverse is a new reality, and the decisions that are being made right now from the companies are more or less forced by your choices in the metaverse or online, or what you will select as your next device. Okay, now may you have an iPhone, you have an Android or whatever, but your next device and your selection will define how the metaverse will be folded. Okay, let's see some other devices just to have a clue. This device, for example, that is coming this fall is only $499, which is cheaper than your average phone that you have. And probably when there is content for these devices, you will join the concept of virtual reality. But let's see another device. Sorry, because I think I removed the sound. let's make it real.
Introducing Apple Vision Pro. The era of spatial computing is here. When you put on Apple Vision Pro, you see your world and everything in it. Your favorite apps live right in front of you, but now they're in your space. This is Vision OS, Apple's first ever spatial operating system. It's familiar, yet groundbreaking. You navigate with your eyes. Simply tap to select, flick to scroll, and use your voice to dictate. It's like magic. Apps have dimension, react to light, and cast shadows. Even though these spatial experiences are happening inside Vision Pro, it looks, sounds, and feels like they are physically there. Foundational to Apple Vision Pro is that you're not isolated from other people. When someone else is in the room, you can see them, and they can see you. Because you're not limited by a display, apps live in your space. Your photos can be life-size, or any size, so your living room becomes a gallery. And panoramas wrap around you as if you're right where you took them. Apple Vision Pro is Apple's first ever 3D camera. Now, you can capture photos and videos with remarkable depth and relive a memory as if you're right back in the exact moment.
Hey, Dad!
Experiences on Vision Pro can also expand in 3 dimensions, filling the entirety of your space. Like in the Mindfulness app, where you can create a moment of calm. Apple Vision Pro brings the scale and wonder of a movie theater to whatever space you're in. It automatically darkens and casts a beautiful glow into the room. And you can make the screen as big as you want. Spatial audio surrounds you and makes you feel like you're a part of the action. And for an extraordinary cinematic experience, you can bring in a beautiful environment and make your screen feel 100 feet wide. Vision Pro is a wonderful way to play your favorite games. Just connect your controller and
plenty of videos and 9 minutes of this. We will stop now, but in terms of Apple Vision Pro, okay, it's a huge device in terms of design, but 3,500 is a small car, and probably it's just the entry-level device for the business in order to test the market. So this will be the gateway to the metaverse, or HTC, for example. HTC has another device that is really small. It's working also with virtual reality and augmented reality. We discuss about the 3 realities, and you will see that all the devices are addressing these 3 realities. So they're addressing the physical space, in order if you are close to someone. They're addressing augmented reality, just to have some information. So you need to think about, okay, I'm thinking of creating a new app, or I'm thinking of creating a new media, or I'm thinking of creating a new company. How this company will play in augmented reality, okay? How this company will play in virtual reality. I'm addressing both realities. I'm addressing only one. I'm okay with my just only phone. People will consume my content only on the web, only on a laptop. Okay, so you need to start thinking for different devices. This is a futuristic
Some people say
concept.
the metaverse will only be virtual. But one day, this lecture hall will be made of code. And though they're virtual students, what they'll learn together is real. A surgeon will be able to practice as many times as needed in the metaverse before laying her hands on a real patient. Being able to explore a spacecraft is one thing, but the metaverse will let us go farther than any rocket can take us. In the future, students will be able to take a field trip to ancient Rome. And young artists can learn from a masterpiece. Farmers will one day use augmented reality to help ensure the best yields. And urban planners will be able to model traffic solutions to help decrease commute times. So while the metaverse may be virtual, the impact will be real.
So Meta is trying to convince us that they own the metaverse, so this is why they renamed themselves to Meta, but this one sentence is true, that the metaverse is virtual, but the impact is real. So you need to think about the impact. Every time you think something about the metaverse or the augmented reality or every technology, always you need to think about the impact. How big is the impact and how we can do it in these three realities, okay? Physical reality, virtual reality, augmented reality. So, this is the other video from working in the metaverse. I will skip it, but it's really easy to understand that, okay, we do 1 gazillion Zoom meetings, why don't we can do another VR one if we have a headset or if we have a pair of glasses or whatever. So working in the metaverse, it's something that is inevitable. In terms of thinking now, any useful idea about the future should appear to be ridiculous. Jim Dator is one of the biggest futurists of all time, and this is one of the 3 rules that he has, and I believe it 100%. One question, how many senses we have? Do we have any?
6.
6, okay. You don't know, okay. 5, I see.
5.
Someone else? 5, with the movie 6, the 6th sense. Okay. We have 33. Okay. So we don't have 5. 5 are the basic senses. Okay. We have the sense of the heartbeat. We have the sense of our limbs into space. We have the sense of horizon. We have the sense of balance. We have the sense of respiratory. We have the sense of belonging. We have the sense of being close together, the sense of heat. We have a lot of senses. So when you are creating content, when you are creating stories, when you are creating storytelling for your startup, for your application, for whatever are you doing, even when you're presenting to the university, okay, even when you're presenting to someone, think that you can address more than 5 senses. Think that you can address more than 5 senses with simple things. If, for example, I close your eyes and start swirling you into space, your brain will understand that you don't have any balance. So you will lose the sense of balance. If I can do it only inside your brain, it's easy to trick the sense of balance, and when you will open your eyes, you will fall. Okay, so every time you do something, as regards only vision, hearing, or the smell. Try to understand and try to incorporate more than 5 senses. So when we are thinking about the metaverse and when we are thinking about new futures and new realities, every time we tend to think about technology. Okay, we say AI will change, VR will change, augmented reality, Apple will bring new glasses, metaverse will be conquered by Meta. Okay, we think only for the technology, but we need to think the space between technology and humans. Always we need to have in mind the space between technology and humans, and always incorporate the human element. This is the one thing that not even AI, metaverse, or whatever technology can change. Okay, the space between humans and technology. We need to interact and we need to understand and conquer this space because it belongs to humans. The space between belongs to humans and we can interact in this space. So, one more thing before we go to do a practical stuff. I'm going to give you a very small exercise in order to create an avatar and play in the metaverse. Wear sunscreen, okay?
Don't worry about the future. Or worry, but know that worrying is as effective as trying to solve an algebra equation by chewing bubblegum.
I want you to
The real troubles in your life are apt to be things that never crossed your worried mind. The kind that blindsides you at 4 p.m. on some idle tune.
Be on the internet first.
Do one thing
and
every
go
day that scares you.
Online
Sing.
to spatial.
Don't be reckless with other people's hearts.
Okay,
Don't put
I already
up with
gave the
people who are
link
reckless with
on
yours.
WhatsApp. I will put it once again.
Don't waste your time on jealousy. Sometimes you're ahead, sometimes you're behind.
Just 1 second to do it.
The race is long, and in the end, it's only with yourself. Remember compliments you receive. Forget the insults. If you succeed in doing this, tell me how. Keep your old love letters. Throw away your old bank statements. Stretch.
This is from, do we have someone with Android? 1, okay. 2, 3, okay. I will also share it on Android. Did you download it? Yep, the spatial one. No, I have the link in WhatsApp. Do we have the link? Okay. Super, almost there. Super, super. Shall I share the screen to to the camera? It's okay. You have it. Super. So we have everyone. Give me just 1 second to go to the link. So if everyone download the application, you have the next link that you can click inside WhatsApp, and you can go there. It will open your mobile phone. Do we have it? We don't? Loading, it's okay. Give time to the internet. Oh, we are not there yet. Yeah, give time to the slow internet. Slow internet will learn you how to be patient in life. It's easy. When you're working, yep, super. You already in there? Okay, you just went in. Give me just 1 second because my phone is dying. I'm coming. Okay, load it again. Load it and load it again. Yeah, you can do it. Also, you can go. We have one login.
So the guy moving around, you are the guy moving around. Okay. Yeah, you can come in front and introduce yourself. If you go on the other side, there is a gallery. If you go on the other side, there is an auditorium. Okay? I will go and be in filming mode in order to come with you. Okay? I made myself camera.
Yeah, we can hear me. Okay. Can you hear me? Super. So, we continue the metaverse and we finalize the whole thing. I'm going to meet people. Okay. Hello guys, are you here with me? Super. You can also go outside, like in the balcony, okay? You can come with me. Let's go to the balcony. Okay, Andrew is living the dream. Come with me up in the balcony. You can see that we have a very nice view up there. Okay? And we can go walk around. Come on, come with me. And I can go inside the auditorium. I have something that I can do, which is like this, and I can bring users to me. And everyone is here now. Okay, super. Now you can follow me and let's go to the auditorium, okay? Come on guys, come with me. Come on. Okay. Try to walk with me straight, okay? Come on, super. Okay, let's go the other way around. There is another balcony that connects with the gallery. Okay? The good thing with the metaverse is that you cannot go and drift out of the balcony, so it's okay. Come on with me. Super. Let's go to the lounge. Of course, you can use, when you have stable internet and you have connection, you can create your avatar, you can upload a selfie to your face, you can also have different clothes, there are different hairs, you can make it whatever you want. Even, I will show you something, for example, when you go to the edit of the avatar, you can even be whatever you like, okay? Imagine that you go to the avatar and you can create a different body type, okay? Don't specify. Continue without a photo. You can upload your photo, actual photo, okay? And if you upload your actual photo, or you can create, you can get one of these guys. I like this guy. Okay, so loading your avatar, and with Ready Player Me, which is the avatar technology that we use, you can create different body types, different t-shirts, different sneakers, different hairs, pieces, head pieces. As you can see, you can create different skin tones, okay? Different types of faces. You can change it and make it 100% like you or 100% different from you, okay? You cannot be, it's okay if in the metaverse you are a unicorn, you are a bear, you're a panda, you can be whatever you want in the metaverse, okay? Or you can have a similar face or something like you are actually. I use the same. As you can see, Marietta is from Greece, and he dressed like from Greece. We wear wings in Thessaloniki, okay?
So let's go upstairs, you can move around. Imagine now this thing in your face, in your actual face, walking inside your house, inside your office, and interacting any one of you with video, audio, like an avatar. So your next meeting, your next Zoom meeting, your next call with your friend, your next iMessage can be like this, okay? And can be in a 3D environment, okay? Without the fancy jacket or the wings, but can be like this. And you see how easy it is to create an avatar, to log in with your mobile phone. So it's similar that you can log in with your glasses or with your Vision Pro or with your laptop, or your contact lenses in 5 years. So we are moving really, really close to these 3 different realities that are becoming one. Okay, so 3 things that you need to keep. One is the thing that we are planning and we are doing things for 3 realities: physical, augmented, and virtual. The second thing is that we need to take care and understand the space between technologies and human creativity and our senses. So we are here. And the third is that you must wear sunscreen in order to stay young. Okay, thank you very much. You can still enjoy and do things in the metaverse. Do you want me to do an exit? To do what? To do a pirouette?
Is a challenge for the international community and how democracy needs to be protected. For example, how many of you knew in August of 2020 about what was happening in Belarus? Can you raise your hands? Okay, well, okay, quite a number of you. I'm really, really pleased to know that. Usually when I'm asking my friends from Europe, the most that I get is, oh, we knew that your government hijacked a plane at some point, which also happened. But this is a part of a bigger issue of international community, especially after the start of the war, being more oblivious to the crisis in Belarus. For example, on 26th of February, French President Macron called Lukashenko breaking the international isolation that Lukashenko was in. And the third part is just a lesson for post-war Europe. Free Belarus is essential because without free Belarus, there will not be security for Ukraine. Without free Belarus, there will still be a humanitarian catastrophe. There will be hundreds of thousands of refugees. So free Belarus is a necessity and is crucial. And what we can do about that, we'll discuss at the session tomorrow. Thank you all. Always open and free. Just come to me and come to the workshop tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miron. And now we are going to invite Nikos to get to know each other a bit with DCN before we go.
Give a round of applause to Nikos. It's a Gen X, but we love him.
But actually the best applaud is actually your participation and your contribution, especially in encouraging our speakers. As we have mentioned before in the morning, DCN is a thriving community, so we actually want you to be part of this community. DCN, it's not about only these gatherings, but it's actually much more than that. It's about the day after. So this meeting right now, right away, it has the element of what we can do together, how you can find a place in DCN and what we expect you to do. We have very interesting projects for you and we want you to be part of our community, to be the ones that they will do the follow-up. The follow-up not for the day after, but for the years after to come. So listen to Diana's and actually her team regarding a very interesting project that we want actually to enlarge it, and then think about how you can contribute. But beyond that, have in mind that we would like you to respond to a specific questionnaire that you will receive about the impact of this meeting that we had, not only the next week, but after 2 months. But most importantly, be part of this end, Diane.
So basically, what we are doing here is just a kickstart of a new chapter in DCN, and that means focusing on how to better include you in what we're doing. I have one experience, as I told you in the beginning, about projects for and with young people. In Romania, we reach almost monthly 1 million young people with our news. We have become one of the most relevant sources of information for young people because we don't fake it. We don't make them talk how we want them to talk. We let them talk and make their voices heard. And that's a very rare thing among youth projects in general, I'm sure you know. But that's not enough because we want to go to other countries as well. And we are planning to extend the project, and that's where you come in. So if you feel interested in joining this, if you feel interested in being part of DCN in other chapters, like you have an idea that you could fit to DCN, please take your time to think about it. Like take this next 24 hours like a brainstorming session with yourself and think if you want to continue with us. We want to, what Nikos was saying about doing filling in forms, is not just filling in forms. We really want to see if what you encountered here amongst your colleagues or your speakers has been useful for you, what has been useful for you, and how can we make it even better. So think about if you want to contribute to a media project that we want to launch very soon. Think about what cause speaks for you. If you believe in, we didn't put them unintentionally, the 5 groups. If you feel like you want to fight for the climate and you have an idea, come out to us. If you feel like you have a mental health idea, come out with the idea, come up to us. Tomorrow, after the, I see your hand raised there, like, yay. Tomorrow, we will meet again at the end of the schedule and do a really open brainstorming session with you. So feel free to come up with ideas. And be honest. I mean, we don't have to just to come up with ideas to make it sound good. Do something that you believe in. Tell us something you believe in, because it's so full of projects which are not authentic, which are done only to be checked in boxes. We don't want to be that people. We want to really do it with you and for you. So we are here for you. You have a dinner tonight to share ideas with the others. You have a full day of trainings and workshops for tomorrow and discussions. And at the end of the day, we get together and we talk about how to plan, because for us, it's not just about the event and we can't wait to go home. We really see this event as a kickstart. And we want you to feel the same, because we strongly believe in the holy follow-up. Okay, so that's about it. I think if Dimitris has any shouting session for the end.
Yeah, make some noise and let's go to dinner.
Okay, so just to make sure, Mariana wrote in the group chat where we meet for dinner. The dinner will be at 7:30. Yes.
Don't get lost. Take the tram.
We have arranged to not rain for the next half an hour, so enjoy your
Yeah,
walk.
30 minutes without rain.
Bye.
You are water resistant. See you at the dinner.